Final Fantasy XIV Friday! And what will the plot be this time? Will it be Nidhogg? Or will it be the remaining sirens? Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen, who don't already know how it's going to pan out. Also, load in, would you? Oh shoot, I realized I never changed it over. Whoopsies! Give me a moment. Yep, it was still left on Dead Space. There we go. Yep. Dark Knight is now up to par. And I've also just started, well, given myself a red mage set of gear. Like an actual page of, preset page of gear. I'm not entirely sure if I want to work on it all that much, because, oh boy, is grinding out levels as a DPS torture in the duty lines. And I don't know, I was hoping that ninja would be more interesting than rogue, but you know how most melee classes have like a primary attack loop of 1, 2, 3 abilities that combo off each other? It took forever for my rogue to get the second and then the third. And it was just like, wow, if progression on basic stuff like that is going to be this slow, I'm not entirely sure I want to keep going, despite me liking ninja and thinking it's cool and wanting to get it up in level so I can see more of Yugiri and you know, get it ready for when I get to the parts where I go to Doma. But it just seemed boring, oddly enough. Well, whatever. On with the main quest. Fortuitous timing as always. Tataru is about to brief me on the search for our missing comrades. Aha! So it's Scions! If you'd be so kind, then. Absolutely! You'll be pleased to hear that Riel and his men have been making excellent progress. You remember how Flamen and it helped me to escape the Crystal Braves in Limsa Laminza only to then disappear? Well, according to Riel, she crept aboard a ship bound for Radz Atan, where she's been hiding ever since. He assures me that it won't be long before we're reunited. As for Ida and Papalimo, the remains of their link pearls have been found, and in Pearl Lane of all places. Riel thinks they may have disposed of them after escaping from the Royal Promenade. Yes, that would make sense. They could not risk being eavesdropped upon by our betrayers. We're all but certain they fled the city shortly after, though we still don't have a clue where they went. I see. And what of Thancred and Minfilia? I'm afraid I have nothing new to share about those two, but it's not all doom and gloom. The good news is we've enlisted the services of a Charlian scholar, one of the students of Baldesion, and to aid in the search, who should be arriving any day now. One of the students, you say? I should very much like to meet this scholar, if time permits. But first we must attend to a more pressing matter. Well, that was short-lived. Sir Amaric has summoned the two of us for a private audience. The messenger did not specify what he wished to discuss, only that it was urgent. Assuming you have no objections, I suggest we proceed to the congregation forthwith. Forthwith! And mayhaps we can meet with the scholar afterwards. Agreed? In that case, I think I'll return to the Forgotten Night for now. Things are liable to fall apart if I'm gone too long, you know. Yes, there's much drinking and gossiping and overhearing to be had. I want to try something real quick. Can I? Nope, can't move it. I wanted to move the chat window closer to within my eye shot, closer within my peripherals. Well, that's probably not doable here, but probably doable in the stream setup within Twitch itself. Something to worry about later. I'm willing to bet the sound is a little low. The holy see what? See what? Evil pig. A little slow to load today, it seems. Little one named Fried Rice, who just seems to be having fun running around. And I don't know. Oh, they're waiting in a queue. They'll probably be waiting a while. What's up, AIM? Like my new armor?
Thank you for coming. I wish to speak with you both in a place where privacy was assured.
We quite understand. What was it that you wished to discuss?
Justinian and Nidhogg, I'm sure.
With my father's passing, the seat of the Archbishop lies vacant. And so, in accordance with canon law, I have assumed his responsibilities.
So should we go? You know what you know what this means? He's basically become Havel the Rock. Sir Bishop Havel the Rock. He wasn't just a sir, he was also a bishop. Don't ever forget that.
I should stress that this is a temporary measure. It was never intended that the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights serve in this capacity indefinitely.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure we'll find someone else the moment Nidhogg is dealt with, and I'm not tired.
Quite the opposite. The statutes specify that I should surrender my powers as soon as a conclave of the senior clergy and the high houses have named a new archbishop.
But didn't we kind of dissolve both of them with the revelation that everybody has dragon blood in them?
But in light of recent events, that would not seem appropriate.
I'm one step ahead of you, game.
I confess I did not expect you to divulge quite so much quite so soon. The details of the Archbishop's plans, perhaps, but the true origin of the war and all it entails?
Ha! Tails.
I too had concerns. But when the Warrior of Light is witnessed returning to the capital upon the back of a dragon, one's options are rather limited.
I just realized this armor makes my thighs look thick!
Mayhap I could have concealed certain details, but for how long? And at what risk? Should the truth have come to light in the meantime, how would the people have viewed my silence? After 1,000 years of lies and secrecy, I could not well abuse their trust and hope to be believed. The time for deception has passed. I only wish the people agreed. That some would deny the truth I had anticipated, but not this many.
How many?
And among the few who acknowledged that my father had to be stopped, no small number questioned our methods.
How many?
If they suspect a coup, it will not be long before some turn to violence.
It has already begun, and that on both sides. Men and women of the cloth are being harassed in the streets. Some have even been assaulted in the Broom.
Of course there'd be attack there.
Hilda and her people have formed a watch to help us maintain order. But such measures will not prevent the unrest from spreading.
Awesome! Can I see her soon? Privately? For a little bit? About 7 minutes worth, maybe?
For all our talk of peace,
That would be a no.
the people remain frightened
Aw.
and confused. For their sake, we must bring the Dragonsong War to a definitive end.
Well, it's time to start the Requiem then. Or is it the Dirge?
And we should be glad to help you, Sir Emmerich. But what precisely would you have us do?
We wish to treat with the dragons of Annex Trine. To that end, I would trouble you for an escort and an introduction.
Annexed Shrine? You would speak with Vidofnir then?
I do still have the horn.
Dialogue between our peoples. Acting as my representative, Lucia will extend an invitation to their leader, that she might visit us here in Ishgard. Were she still with us, I would of course have beseeched Isel's assistance in this matter. But as she is not, I must ask that you aid us in her stead.
She's probably too busy with the heretics. Gotta keep their bloodlust in check. My collar is huge. Not as huge as my thighs, though.
Thank you, my friends. Lucia, I leave the rest to you.
Oh, I see. It's just the front flaps. Still. Thick!
In the wake of the Archbishop's fall, the nation of Ishgard trembled, the faith of her people shaken to its very core. For 1,000 years had they fought and died, certain of the justice of their cause, only to be told that their holy war was born of the sins of their forefathers. What then for those brave men and women, thus stripped of their righteousness but to despair, to deny the truth and decry its speakers? And what then for those whom they defamed but to hope on, to have faith in a brighter tomorrow?
Pretty fountain.
A tomorrow in which man and dragon might live together in harmony, then as distant as the very stars in the heavens.
This is the story of how to train your dragon.
Yet while we dared to hope, deep within his lair the enemy lay, gathering his strength. Nidhogg, now possessed of his 2 eyes and the body of the Azure Dragoon, prizes to which he had laid claim at the very hour of the hero's triumph.
I feel like there's a point where on this dragon design where they thought, how many horns should he have? And they just went, yes.
The solace of peace, the great worm craved the misery of war, nor was he alone in his misbegotten desire.
With teeth designed like that, he must be a whole swallower, not a chewer. Or a slicer. So that's what it looks like in fully put together. That's nice. I was also full of tomestones, so I decided, well, fine, I don't want to buy some for my the set for my paladin because it looks like everything else. It would look like this or my samurai set. So I'll just buy it for the red mage, and it's just like, ooh, it's sleek and slim. I know little of the lands these dragons call home, this annexed shrine. Another time, then. Had you not agreed to escort me, the coming journey would seem a far more daunting prospect. I confess I myself once shuddered at the thought of it, yet even the longest journey begins with the first step, does it not? Ah, but ere we set forth, Yuhime and I must need inform our comrade of our plans. Very well, I shall see to my preparations. Yes, we must speak to the short one. Good thing I don't have to go very far. So, what was your secret meeting all about? I'm all ears. A diplomatic mission to annex Shrine, you say? Well, I suppose that does take precedence. But should your meeting with Vidofnir happen to end early, you might consider rendezvousing with Ishtola in Idleshire. She'll be there to receive our guest. Don't get me wrong, your meeting with the dragons is terribly important and everything, but this scholar just happens to be... time permitting, as I said. We shall endeavor to join Ishtola, but if we cannot, pray pass on our regards. Let us be off. We have kept the first commander waiting long enough. Alright, just going up. Going up! You all ready then? Good, so am I. Foodstuffs. Hot chocolate, creme brulee, almond cream croissant, or urchin loaf. Hot chocolate it is. Oh. The path is long but known to us. From Falcon's Nest we shall cross the western highlands to make for Tailfeather in the Dravanian forelands. There we can stop to rest and replenish our supplies. Questions? If not, then the stables await. Yeah, you go and ride your birds. I'm just gonna be warping about. There they are. I always imagined that the first time I set foot upon Dravanian soil would be at the head of an army, and here I am ready to treat with the brothers and sisters of mine enemies. Full well do I know how difficult it can be to set aside the past. Though it was I who first proposed recruiting Isail to our cause, I questioned the wisdom of my words almost as soon as I'd uttered them, and for a long time after that. Here was a woman with the blood of innocence on her hands, men, women, children, all slain in the name of the implacable Lady Iceheart. Yet she acknowledged her misdeeds and agreed to join us in common cause. At our side she fought in service of that greater good, even unto her dying breath. And while that does not absolve her of her sins... Oh, that's right, she did die. Whoops. I hope that one day she will be remembered not merely as a heretic, but as a misguided soul who dreamt of peace. You ask much, Master Alphanod, yet who can say what might come to pass, should our negotiations bear fruit? Yes, of course. We must press on to Annex Shrine, if you'll follow me. Take the expressway. Oviedo, I'm home. Thou art ever welcome here, friend of Ysail. But this one I do not know. Pray forgive us this unannounced visit, Vidofnir. May I present to you Lucia, first commander of the Temple Knights of Ishgard, and our trusted friend. It is an honor to meet you, Vidofnir. I am come as an envoy of Sir Aymeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights and acting leader of the Holy See. See what? Indeed. You may speak, knight. For 1,000 years, man and dragon have been locked in an endless cycle of bloodshed and sorrow. To our shame, we long believed your kin to be the architects of this war. But now we know the truth. that King Thordan and his knights 12 did willfully betray and murder the great worm Ratatoskr, shattering the peace between our peoples. For 1,000 years, our leaders conspired to conceal this truth, a truth which was at last laid bare by the warrior of light, the Azure Dragoon, and Isael. Alas, a deception so intricately wrought cannot be undone in a moment, and our people labor to accept the truth. After an eternity of war, who would dare to dream that peace could be at last within our grasp? Yet dream we must, as Ysael once did, and we must make that dream a reality as she could not. We humbly beseech you, Vidofnir, join hands with us in friendship once more, before the eyes of my people, in Ishgard. A most unexpected invitation. I have heard your request, knight. However, I cannot yet give you mine answer. May I ask why?
This matter concerneth my sire. He must needs be consulted. Moreover, the Nath grow bold, even as they did before, and I would not leave my people at the mercy of the swarm.
Then we will wait. After 1,000 years of war, we shall not give up on peace for want of patience.
Ha! Fear not, knight. Thou shalt have mine answer within thy lifetime.
So soon? My humble thanks. I shall bear your words to my lord forthwith, until we meet again. That went well. Given the circumstances, I would say that went rather well. To be frank, I am surprised our proposal was not rejected outright. Whether aught will come of it remains to be seen, however. Mayhap I should take this opportunity to speak with some of the other dragons. Ah, but you need not wait for me. The return journey holds no fears for me now. Well, if you have no further need of our services, we shall continue on to Sharlayan. We hope to welcome a scholar who has agreed to aid us in search of our missing comrades. Then I pray your journey is as swift and uneventful as ours was, and thank you again for sparing the time to assist us, even when such grave matters remain unresolved. I can think of no graver matter than a 1,000-year war, one which our friends gave their lives to see ended. Suffice it to say, I would willingly make 1,000 such journeys to ensure that their sacrifice was not in vain. Well, I would walk 500 miles, and I would walk 500 more. Of that I have no doubt, Master Alphinaud. I only hope the fates will not hold you to your word. I see we're into piss-poor experience range again. 5,000 is nothing for me at this point. Yet it still demands I be 60. So, it would seem we have time to greet this scholar after all. How delightful! I shall be interested to hear how she means to go about finding Minfilia and Thancred. I can only assume she is privy to some new investigative technique. In any event, our first order of business is to rendezvous with Y'shtola in Idleshire.
Some say Idleshire.
I don't know what his mission leads to. I didn't bother to look yet. Oh, that's kind of pretty outfit. Anyway. Sorry. Feels like there's eyelashes at work. Messing about when they shouldn't. Ah, 'tis good to see you. I confess I had assumed your business in Annex Shrine would detain you longer. Did your meeting with Vidofnir go well? As well as can be expected. She must discuss Sir Amor's proposal with Hraesvelgar, of course, but she seemed amenable to the suggestion. What of our Sharlayan guest? Has she arrived yet? So I'm gonna get the license plate number of that green thing. She has, but when I explained that you would be joining us, she asked if she might use the intervening time to explore. We agreed to meet her outside on Front Bridge. We should be on our way. A tired bunny. Oh, this way. Maybe if you didn't run so much, you wouldn't be so tired. So this is when the Laughabelle and the basically a Kigurumi appears.
I'm terribly, terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
Seriously, why does she have animal ears on her hood?
You need not apologize. We arrived but a moment ago ourselves. Pray, allow me to introduce Kryle, who has recently come from the Sharlayan motherland. She has generously offered to assist us.
Oh, please, think nothing of it. A trip to Eorzea was long overdue.
She does have those silly, silly goggle thingies.
You must be the Warrior of Light. Yes, you certainly do look the part. A pleasure to meet you at last, miss.
Yeah, you sure do look like the part of Light while you're wearing black armor.
And who is that I spy but young Alpha No Levieux himself? I dare say someone's grown an ilm or two in my absence. Or are those lifts in your boots?
Both!
We, Miss Kryle and I met at the Studium years ago. I shall forever be indebted to her for her sage guidance.
She was your babysitter, wasn't she?
It was no small task keeping him out of trouble, believe you me. The youngest ever to enter the Studium, him and his sister, 11-year-old prodigies.
I was right.
Suffice it to say, social graces were not among his list of talents. Striding up to his seniors on his first day, head held high. What was it he said again?
Oh, this better be good.
Thank you, Kryle.
For what? I haven't finished yet. Would you care to attempt a more dexterous deflection?
Mayhap we should save this delightful conversation for a more fitting occasion, when pressing matters do not demand our undivided attention.
Oh, I've been robbed.
A bit much, but better. I can tell you have been putting your skills to use here in Eorzea. Henceforth, I trust you will dazzle me with your eloquence at the first time of asking. Right, on to more pressing matters. Finding Minfilia and the other missing Scions.
Yes, that has been very long overdue.
I gather you have new information to share with us.
A new approach, actually. Tataru recounted the tale of your escape, and it gave me an idea. Simply put, assuming Thancred left some manner of trail when you whisked him away, as is almost always the case with teleportation magics, I am confident I can find and follow it.
Clever.
What are you waiting for?
The wherewithal to do it. The fact is, my abilities aren't quite up to the task. Not in themselves, anyway. If I had Master Matoya's crystal eye, on the other hand...
Then let us all call on her forthwith. I think it best that you explain your plan to her in person.
Ah, she's gonna be crotchety about it, I'm sure. In a fun way, but still crotchety. Oh, right. Oh, it auto took me through here. Nice.
Yep, my eye do be messing with me for whatever reason. Need to descend a bit. Quick Spill Delta. I never knew the actual name of this place. I like it. Here we are, right outside her cave. With her little garden and her frog folk. You did say we were headed for a cave, did you not? Because I certainly don't see a cave nearby. Is Master Matoya meeting us on the way or something? Nope, there's a cave. I have heard so many stories of Master Matoya, some quite flattering, others less so. Rest assured they are all true. This way, and have care where you tread. All true. The good and the bad. Her and her stupidly long robes. Her brooms, and her froggos.
Oh, is that trouble I smell? Or did you forget to wipe your boots on the way in?
Sorry, that's just this new that's just this new spray I've been using.
Forgive us, Master Matoya. We will be sure to wipe them on the way out. And may I say how glad I am that age has not yet deprived you of your senses.
I ain't senile yet, girl.
Ever so quick-witted, aren't we? To the detriment of your manners. Well, out with it then. What do you want?
Pray, allow me to introduce myself, Master Matoya. I am Kryl, of the students of Baldessian. I hope you will excuse our unannounced visit.
Baldessian, you say? Ah, yes. The old coot set up shop on the Isle of Val, didn't he?
Regrettably, our order's headquarters and the isle itself were obliterated by a magic of immense power. I have the blessing of light to thank for my own preservation.
Kryl, you too possess the Echo.
Well, yes, of course I do.
It's like, why didn't you tell us? You never asked.
Our order is devoted to uncovering the mysteries of Hydaelyn and interpreting her will, particularly through the study of her gift to us.
I'm glad I haven't had to suffer her gift for a while.
It was in the course of these studies that I met and subsequently befriended Minfilia. She and I have rather a lot in common.
I had no idea.
You weren't supposed to. Not that I wanted to deceive you, you understand, but precautions had to be taken.
Yes, yes, that's all well and good, but you still haven't told me why you're here.
Woman after my own heart, getting to the cutting through all this nonsense.
The students of Baldessian are gone, and there is naught I can do to change that. But the Scions of the Seventh Dawn can yet be restored, and my dear friend found. You have in your possession an ancient crystal of light, one you call your crystal eye. I believe I can use it to focus my abilities and locate one of the missing Scions.
And there I was, thinking you might want to make use of my years of experience. Oh, wait here.
I get the feeling she's actually genuinely disappointed.
Long did I ponder the nature of this crystal and its familiar radiance. But never did I suspect it was a crystal of light.
On the cusp of an umbral calamity, souls blessed with the power of the Echo invariably appear. To aid these, her chosen warriors, Hydaelyn bequeaths to each a slither of her strength in the form of a crystal of light. But as her strength wanes, so too does the potency of her gifts. This crystal, born of an earlier era, is infused with a power far greater than those of this age.
You could travel the length and breadth of the land and not find a crystal even a fraction as pure. Its value is beyond measure, as are the risks inherent in its use.
I'm sure Kryl already knows, but we don't.
No two manifestations of the Echo are alike. I, for example, can converse with beings of every shape and size, excepting beasts, contrary to what others would have you believe. Language has nothing to do with it, of course. Rather, I am sensitive to the whispers of the soul. Their intent, their very essence even. The traces of which serve to guide the elementals to Y'shtola.
So you're just force sensitive in the way of sensitivity.
Far-fetched though it may sound, I believe that with your crystal eye, I may be able to pick up where they left off and follow the remaining trail to Thancred. That is, if I have your permission.
You do not!
Well, the poor sod's not going to find himself. So, as long as you don't drop it or take it out of my sight, you may do with it what you will.
Didn't think I'd ever see the old crone smile.
Master Matoya.
So in other words, she's doing it right here, huh? Sweep, sweep. Sweep, sweep, sweep.
From the Black Shroud, the trail continues to the north and west, towards a mountain, the foot of Som Al. It was a near thing, but he was not deposited within the rock. I think.
So in other words, he was nearly angeloed. Dora!
The hunters of Tailfeather know those lands well. I say we begin our search there.
Always a pleasure. The old bat's fun. Again, not sleepy. Really not. Were I to find myself in an unfamiliar wilderness, my first instinct would be to seek out signs of civilization. Ordinarily, perhaps, but in his wounded state he may not have wished to risk contact with strangers of unknown allegiance. Yet even had Thancred chosen to remain in the forest, the hunters would surely have stumbled across his trail. Don't move. Tailfeather doesn't strike me as an isolated outpost, though. Merchants and traders pass through reasonably regularly, do they not? In which case, we'll need to provide a more detailed description when we question the locals. Fear not, Kryl. I've already prepared several sketches of Thancred for that very purpose. Wonder if they'll actually look like him. This is impressive. You drew him from memory? A skill I acquired some years ago for reasons I no longer remember. Oh, that's why he's commissioned as a painter in a later expansion.
I propose we split into two pairs. Ishtol and I will inquire at the outlying encampments. Maybe I do need something to drink. Something else to drink. While you, Hime, and Kryl question the residents of Tailfeather. Afterwards, we shall regroup near Loth Astvath and share our findings. Assuming there are no objections, let us be about it. Objection! My, he certainly has matured, hasn't he? Hard to imagine he was once a boy who practiced drawing for hours to impress young ladies. Oh, that's why. Anyway, we had best get started. Find me when you've finished making your rounds. Excuse me a moment, I apparently need a drink. Let's shake it up a bit with some lemonade in a can. Probably won't be as strong as Mountain Dew, but just a tad bit tastier. Ugh. Forgot how addictive that was. Woohoo! Anyway, time to show off some pictures. Laupard. Searching for a friend of yours? Let's have a look then. Let's see. Surprisingly accurate depiction of the missing Thancred, suggesting that Alphinaud may have mistaken his life's calling. Nope, ain't seeing him around here. Sorry. Oh my gosh, that's very pretty. What's that you got there? A sketch? Oh my gosh, why are his nails so long? Can't say I know the face. You say he's something of a warrior? I heard a tale the other day about a Huron vagabond who brought down a bandersnatch by himself, and with style. Way they tell it, he was dancing with the beast like it was the bell of the bleeding ball. Sound like your man? Yep, that sure sounds like him. Mr. Show-Off Rogue. That's basically what he is. A Huron, man? We're not exactly rare, you know. Could you be more specific? I did spy this one bloke a while back. Didn't get a good look at his face, but it could have been him. This was beyond the forest, as I recall, along the river to the west of Tailfeather. I remember thinking he wasn't much of a hunter. The lad was making no effort to cover his tracks, see? That, and he was carrying an axe instead of a bow. An axe? That's not what he wears, or what he uses. Somebody control that bird. Finished? In that case, I think we've learned everything we can here. Let's see what the others have found out. Gotta go real far out of my way for this. What the f is that? Coral Regina. Yeah, it does look like a coral. That's got antlers. And is stupidly big. Yikes! Sounded like rain was about to come in. Oh, Royal Levin. Royal Thunder, yes? Wish I had a straw so I could savor it longer. My apologies for our late arrival. We thought it wise to question as many hunters as we could. Many have made camp in inaccessible locations. Ideal for hunting game, not so receiving visitors. What you need is a Sheila. A Sheila that can fly. Nevertheless, our time proved well spent. There have been countless sightings of an exceptionally capable Hyorin hunter with whom no one is familiar. Though none chanced to see the man's face, his height and build matched Thancred's description, as does his fighting prowess. Yeah, we got pretty much the same. Although we heard an axe instead of a bow. What are the odds that it's somehow someone like Final Fantasy XIV's version of Paul Bunyan instead? So you have heard the same tales. Be that as it may, we yet want for conclusive proof. Mayhap this is unrelated, but I heard a curious tale regarding a Vath trader. He came to Tailfeather in search of garments fit for a man of refinement, which seemed a rather curious description for one of his kind. You are implying that Thancred sent a Vath to market in his stead. Why would he not go himself? Well, if you recall, you yourself emerged from the live stream as naked as your name day. It is a scene I shall never forget. Don't mention that around her! Is it now? Well, I was pleased to see you. I mean, it was a simple statement of fact. See? There's some moisture on the screen I had to get rid of. It stands to reason that Thancred found himself in the same predicament. In any case, if he had dealings with the Vath, why should they should be able to tell us, no? Quite right, Kryl, quite right. I'm gonna call her Krill at some point, I just know it. There it goes. Well, what are we waiting for? For all we know, Thancred could be waiting for us in Lost Asvath. We must go and see the Vath right away. Come along, everyone, come along! I don't think Ishtola is going to forget that comment of his anytime soon. Yeah, it's not much better than the quest experience, but it's better. This is gonna be fun. I get to use my Vath voice again. I mean, Nath. Great hunters, we welcome you once more to Lost Asvath. What do you seek this day? We seek a man with whom we are told you may have had certain dealings. How curious. The hunters tire of godly godly sport and pursue mortal prey?
No, he is not prey, but a friend long missing.
Good, good. He is a friend to the Vath as well, one with whom we have traded many times.
Truly? And you are quite certain it was this man?
There is no doubt. The fleshling clothed in skins came to us from some all lost and weak.
Ah, he was skinning the bears and stuff. That makes sense.
He offered meat and hides in trade, and in exchange we tended his wounds. He brought us much flesh, so skilled a hunter he was. Much flesh. When he asked for garments, we were glad to provide them.
And where is he now?
Gone for lost Athnath. Not long ago, when he heard the One Mind had summoned our guard once more.
Ravana is returned? Vidofnir did say that Nath had grown as before, but what could Thancred hope to accomplish by himself? Honored Elder, we thank you for your help. Would that we could repay this kindness ere we depart, but we must hasten to our comrade's side.
Go, great hunters, lest the Nath claim him as a sacrifice.
Nah, I can't click. I can't do the clicking. Oatmeal Johnson. The negotiator. I've never actually listened to the VODs back where I use my Nath voice. I ought to do that sometime. See how it comes across. Alright, here we are, the opening to Nath. I'm a lot stronger than I used to be. Nath won't scare me this time. Darkness consume you all! You be very silly. You silly, silly bug. Can you not see I am 8 levels your senior? I forgot how much I like this music. Hi, you missed the slaughter.
Who else could be? Thancred. It could be Thancred. We must hurry.
What, do you think he's setting off bombs?
Bombs? You want it?
I knew it! You know, I didn't think we'd see this guy so soon. Ah! Heads! Simultaneous pain!
This day, we reclaim the reins of history. This day, we rid ourselves of the Scions forever!
Fools playing at heroes, all of you.
Is this how you believe you can save your world?
The answer's pretty obvious there, mate.
We can and we will, Ascian. You shall see. Or perhaps you will not.
Oh, his tension is at max. The jump of the Laughabell. Gigagash!
So you are the warrior of light, the savior of Eorzea.
Yeah, good. Good on you for killing that Ascian. Wait, they had it too?
It's a wonder you didn't come sooner, what with the primal and all. Lost a step, have we?
Okay, there's no need for that now.
Have care. The ether moves strangely around him.
It would seem we share a common enemy. Mayhap you would tell us who you are.
Shall we show them?
Sheesh. Must you be so violent right off the bat? Oh my god, that's some evil expression if I've ever seen one. Knives. There he is. Nice one. Now that's an interesting, like, Bowie knife he's got there. Come on, let me at him. Let me at him. I want to fight him. In fact, I'll fight all of them. It would be even odds. Just rolled his eyes.
Not very sporting of you to interrupt. But so be it. Mark well our faces, warrior of light. For we are the warriors of darkness. Walkers of a different path. And we shall meet again.
Looking forward to it.
Warriors of Darkness? Really?
Yeah, it's a bit edgy, but you know what? It works. Anyway, my man, you need a shave and a haircut.
Thancred, are you all right?
Pleasantries can wait. I'd rather not be here when the Nath arrive. Agreed?
Yep, sounds good to me.
Suffice it to say, our reunion was not at all as I pictured it. Waiting until the last instant to join the fray. 'Tis plain you have not lost your appetite for the dramatic.
That's her way of saying she missed you.
my appetite for the dramatic. Have you forgotten the circumstances of our parting? The heroic last stand, the tunnel filling with light, and then...
And that's his way of saying I missed you too.
Had I known you intended to use forbidden magics to deliver me to some god's forsaken wilderness, I would have thanked you in advance.
Thancred.
If nothing else, you might have warned me that I would emerge from the live stream altogether.
That's a fun way to censor. Thank you, little rodent.
Eventually, I managed to fashion knives from some obsidian I found, and set about hunting for meat and hides.
Boy, that rodent must have gotten a lot of nuts for that.
Given that I'm not all that skilled in leatherworking, it's probably for the best that I met the Vath before I was reunited with you.
So you were the fleshling clothed in skins of whom the storyteller spoke?
A description which fit me as ill as the skins themselves. Happily, I was able to trade with the Vath for garments better becoming a man of refinement.
Good joke.
From them, I learned of Ravana, and of the great warrior who had once laid him low.
Me.
And thence did you conclude that were you to track the Primal's movements, it would surely bring you into contact with the Scions once more.
It seemed a reasonable assumption. I could think of no one else with your enthusiasm for slaying beastmen gods. Until now, that is.
Yep. We got ourselves some competition.
Yes. The self-proclaimed warriors of darkness. 'Tis only fitting that they stand in opposition to the warrior of light, I suppose.
At the moment, I wouldn't exactly say opposition. I mean, they still did what we do. They just appeared to want to prove that they were better at it.
They were confronting a man in black. An Ascian, I think.
Ah, so you saw that too.
If these warriors are capable of doing battle with Ascians and Primals both, they must be possessed of powerful protection. Protection not unlike the Echo.
Blessed with the power of the Echo and driven to put down primals, despite his declaration that they walk a different path, I struggle to see how their goals conflict with ours. Told ya. Hi, Greg. I saw Aldebert, or however his name goes, and I honestly didn't think I would. Nor is that the only oddity. I find it passing strange that such exceptional individuals should have wholly escaped our notice until now. Surely we would have heard rumors and attempted to recruit them to our cause? I recall no such adventurers, and I would not soon forget their like, nor would any of us, I think. One of our primary duties was to scour the city-states for promising candidates, which is how Thancred found Yuehime. Ah, the memories. It seems like only yesterday that you slew your first primal. Speaking of which, I had the distinct impression that it was not the first time that band of merry men and women had killed a god. I labor to believe that a band of preternaturally gifted adventurers has been traveling the land slaying primals without our knowledge. 'Twould imply gross negligence on our part. Well, to be honest, you have been broken apart and split and also been occupied with Garlemald for a while. Speculation will avail us not. There is far too much we do not know. For the present, we must needs concentrate on what we do know, namely that Lord Ravana is no more. Vidofnir must be informed. The news may render her more receptive to Sir Americ's invitation. Since you seem to have affairs here well in hand, I shall take my leave. Simply being in the vicinity of this colony is giving me a stinking headache. If you have need of me, I shall be with Master Matoya. I would beg her assistance with the search for Minfilia. Wait, Minfilia is missing?
I thought she escaped with Yuehime.
I shall explain on the road. Much has happened in your absence.
Yep, we still got that thunderstorm going on because of that weird Coral Regina. I had not thought to see thee again so soon, mortal. If thou seekest the night, know that she hath long since departed for Ishgard.
My thanks, Vidofnir, but it was not for her that we came. We bring good tidings for you and yours. Lord Ravana, who had been summoned by the Nath, has again been laid low.
Truly, once more you mortals have succeeded where mine own kind did fail. You have our deepest thanks.
Would that we could take credit. The god fell by another's hand.
Another? Revelation upon revelation. Regardless, it is cause for celebration. The Nath will have no choice but to withdraw. But to another matter, I have tidings for thee as well.
Regarding the Ishgardian's invitation.
As promised, I brought the matter to my sire. Hearken to his answer now. For 1,000 years have I mourned my beloved, who gave her life to forge a peace thy king betrayed. Such was my lot, until a child of Ishgard came unto me. For want of warmth she wrapped herself in a dream, yet the world will remember her deeds. For truth she fought, for justice she sinned, for redemption she sacrificed and became as light. To follow one's heart, to have faith in one's convictions, be it for weal, or be it for woe, such is the folly and glory of man, and of dragon. He hath entrusted the choice to us, and we have made it. We will keep faith with you who walk in the light.
Then you accept Sir Ameryk's invitation?
Let it be known that I, Vidofnir, shall journey unto Ishgard on behalf of my people.
My headphones are hiding an itch from me. We are honored to receive your answer, and will convey your words to our allies without delay. It is happening, Ysael. Would that you were here to see it.
Back in the city.
Even as the Scions celebrated the return of a long-lost friend, honorable men plotted to deprive them of another.
Oh no.
Honorable men, to whom Sir Ameryk was no hero, but a scheming patricide.
Well, what's the point of the armor, then?
Honorable men who would fain wash the paving stones of foundation with the tyrant's blood. Honorable men.
Kitchen knife just got through it. What the hell?
Which set the city aflame, and who sang as it burned.
How long has he known that he's been wearing paper as armor?
The joys of the glamour system.
That's fair, that's fair. Pet play. Alright then. Right, let us not keep Sir Aymeric waiting. Are you quite well, Thancred? Yes, quite well. Forgive me, you have given me rather a lot to digest. She just wants you to take her out for a walk. He's gonna be called a good girl. That is how that works. This whole affair with the Ishgardians and the Dravanians and our friends nowhere to be found. 'Twould seem there is no end to our troubles. We can but face them head-on, one at a time. For now, we must apply ourselves to our allotted tasks and leave the others to theirs. Remember, Thancred, we found you as they found me. In time, we will find Ida and Papalimo and Minfilia as well. These troubles will soon be but a memory, one which we will look back on together. Pray, do not misunderstand. I did not mean to imply that it would be otherwise. I merely wish that I had rejoined our grand adventure at one of its more triumphal moments. Wouldn't the word be triumphant? Despite your recent accomplishments, the mood here is less than celebratory. But I have no doubt that we will enjoy many more glorious victories soon enough, and you may rest assured that I will play my part in them to the very hilt. That sounds like a double entendre. I know you will. So then, to the congregation. That man needs more fire. It's Hilda! Yay! Oh good, you're back. Things got a bit heated while you were away. It's a lot less flashy than I thought it would be. You have returned. In this, at least, the fates are kind. Greetings, First Commander. It pleases me to inform you that Vidofnir has accepted Sir Aymric's invitation. She has? These are glad tidings indeed. Sorry. Would that the Lord Commander were here to hear them. Ah, is he otherwise engaged? Aye, sleeping off a knife to the gut. What? What happened? Will he live? The Cherugians tell me that he will make a full recovery, but had Lord Edmont and Lord Artoirel not been on hand when the assassin struck, he would not have been so fortunate. For a mercy, they subdued the fiend before he could land the telling blow. The attack was just the beginning, though. Not long after, buildings all around the city, including several of ours, burst into flame. Bastards caught us completely by surprise. We've been dousing the fires. I didn't see any fires. Did you see any fires? But for everyone we put out, it seems like 2 more start up. Casualties are mounting, especially in the Broom. It is plain these fires were started by the assassin's conspirators. Until they have been rounded up, there will be no end to this. Will you help us find them? Then let us be about it. Primal accessories of fending and of slaying. The flames are spreading. We must begin our investigation immediately. Witnesses must be found, subjects must be identified, and courts must be held. Objection! Have you been able to determine the precise locations where the fires were set? Mayhap there is a pattern. If there is, we have yet to discern it. Fires have been reported throughout the city, in both the pillars and the foundation. Indeed, given the size of the area affected, I think it best to divide our forces. Master Alphanod and Mistress Y'shtola, I would have you take charge of the investigation and foundation. As you wish. Mayhap Tataru could be of assistance as well. Meaning you, Hime, and me get the pillars. It's a date! Oh, they'll like me up there. Only question is, will the grizzled old rogue striking a pose over there be joining us? Thancred of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and may I say what a pleasure it is to meet you too, my lady. Back off! She's mine! Urgh. I'll bet. The name's Hilda. A scion, eh? And there I was thinking I found a fellow ruffian amongst all these illustrious personages. Fear. Let me adjust my chair. Ah. Whoop! Where'd I go? Where did I go? I didn't turn myself off. Where'd I go? Just a moment. Wow, just lost my model completely. Okay, complete restart then. Just a moment. There I am. Wake up, camera. There you go. Alright, note to self, don't ever adjust chair again. I will remain here to coordinate the fire-quenching effort. If you learn aught of value, pray inform me immediately. That is all. While we could begin by sifting through charred rubble and questioning random passerby, in my experience, every town has at least one individual who can be counted on to know things he or she should not. Oh, aye, the infamous Lord Emmanuelaine de Fortam, lover of women and wine, though neither care for him that much. They say he could gossip for Ishgard. Just the sort of fellow I had in mind. Capital suggestion. He'll be at the Crozier, most like, making an effort to be seen. Let's go and see him. Grizzled I will accept, but old? Let that be a lesson to you, Thancred. So, the Crozier. Yep, right there. I've wasted so much time here while grinding. Well, well, if it isn't Yuhime, dearest of all my friends. You're looking rather glum. Something the matter, old girl? It just made me think of Gomez Adams. Old man! Ah, yes, the arsons. Dreadful business, that. And awfully curious, wouldn't you say? There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it at all. Naturally, we've doubled the guard outside the manor, along with most of the other houses. Can't have the old pile going up in flames, after all. Oh, in case you were wondering why the Hoplon is awash with refugees, the lower levels of the vault have been opened to those unfortunate souls who have lost their homes. Sir Americ's orders, from what I hear. Remarkable man. Not even the knife in the ribs can keep him from his duties. Actually, old girl, if you were thinking of questioning the refugees, I should be more than happy to accompany you to the Hoplon. While you conduct your inquiries, I could offer words of comfort to the distressed and despondent young maidens. No. Very bad idea. Awful idea. Absolutely the worst idea. Wait a moment. I know what that is. You're giving me one of your looks, aren't you? You do me an injustice, old girl. I will have you know my heart yearns for but one rose, prickly though she may be. Yeah, and she don't yearn for you. Yeah, you don't like that idea as much as I don't. I sense you remain unconvinced. Very well, if it will help to prove the purity of my intentions, I shall gracefully rescind my offer. Now run along and catch those arsonists. Good. That was not entirely what I had hoped for. Whose idea was it to come here again? I ought to hit you with this sword, man. Never mind. For our next step, I suggest we divide our efforts. While you question the refugees in Hoplon, I shall investigate the locations where the fires were set. Would you be so good as to join me, Hilda? Back off! You know what? I reckon I would. Can't have you roaming about in an unfamiliar city by your lonesome, can we? You'd only get robbed blind and left shivering in your small clothes. Ha! That is the only way I will let him be alone with her. Wait, what? Map, what are you telling me here? Oh, hell. We just throw him into the abyss around Ishgard, enough wind and water aether to freeze him solid. Yes, that will certainly cool his head down. And his other head. Because she is my girl! Come, my brothers and sisters, there is food and shelter enough for all in the Basilica. Halone's blessing be upon you, Father. I confess we were not sure if we should come. There are so many unbelievable tales these days about the Archbishop and Sir Aymeric and the Dravanians. Trust in your heart, brother, and pay no heed to the lies of lesser men. Apparently I moved too much for my camera to follow. But basically, who are you calling lesser? That is why Aymeric told you to throw the eyes into the abyss, because no living being can survive in that environment. Think Antarctic during the winter times 10. And I went there during the summer. Yee. Do you require succor as well, miss? So the Temple Knights have begun their investigation at last. Good! This madness has gone on far too long. Would that I could do something to aid you in your search, but I have a duty to these poor souls. Farewell, and may the Fury guide your steps. Thought it'd be a minor celebrity at this point. Be like, hey, that's the woman that found out our religion was based on lies! Lemonade. It lemonades me. There was a man with a satchel. I saw him kneeling outside the window, and then there was smoke everywhere. And it was so hot, and I couldn't breathe. I don't remember how I made it out. I suppose I must have climbed. Maybe my arm is getting better after all?
Why, was it bad before?
Ours was one of the first homes to be claimed, but I didn't see how the fire began. It was only when I heard our neighbors shouting that I looked outside and saw the flames. We barely escaped with the clothes on our backs. Were it not for the church's generosity, I don't know what we'd do.
I hate the layout of this place. Ah, there you are. Anything to share? Huh. We will require more than the muddled testimony of a traumatized girl if we are to identify the culprits. While you were questioning the refugees, we inspected the scenes of several of the fires, including one near St. Raymonad's Cathedral and another near the Tribunal. For a mercy, neither structure suffered significant damage. Some might say they were spared by the grace of the Fury. Others might question how such ruthlessly efficient arsonists contrived to fail so miserably on the 2 occasions when their target was a bastion of Ishgardian orthodoxy. That's a good point. Nothing conclusive, of course, but it does give one cause to wonder. Alphinaud will doubtless have an opinion. He has opinions on just about everything. Back low, but I need to find a speedy way there first. I feel like I'm getting better at using the Aethernet now. There he is. So this is the guy.
Silence will avail you not, sir. Ah, I was just about to summon you. As you can see, we have detained a suspect. We found this man loitering near the remains of one of the stricken buildings. According to eyewitnesses, he was also present before the fires broke out. We wished to have words. He did not, so we insisted.
Let me go, damn it! You've got the wrong man! My, but you reek of oil. And are those burns on your hands? An occupational hazard, I suppose. But tell me, does arson pay well? I'm a victim, you imbecile! Look at me! Aye, that you are, after a fashion. You should know that your pious patron has already spun us a delightful yarn about how his pet mongrel slipped the leash and set about burning half the city to the ground. Not very noble of him, I grant you, but then these high-born types rarely do show loyalty to their pets. In fact, he called you rabid and begged us to put you down. That's bollocks! He's the one what told me to keep going! Ha ha! Gotcha! Even a sinner such as me could find salvation in the Fury's work, he said. I'd left it behind, tried to, with all my heart, said my prayers every day like a good man, but he came to me! He came to me!
And there you have it. Hilda, would you be so kind as to escort our friend here to the congregation? Aye, so long as you don't mind if he's limping when he gets there. That was incredible, Thancred. But how did you know he would confess?
Well, I have seen his like before. A troubled soul, manipulated by men of power and wielded as a weapon. I could not be certain, of course, but given the stakes, I thought it worth the risk.
And if our captive had called your bluff? Must we entertain hypotheticals? The world as it is vexing enough. Thank you, Thancred. Whether by luck or judgment, we have at last confirmed that these arsons were orchestrated by a person or persons of influence. I think it best that we now return to the congregation and discuss how best to proceed. I do love reverse psychology interrogations like that. On behalf of the Holy See... See what? Practice makes perfect and saves a ton of time. Hell, that was no interrogation but a simple mind trick. Yeah, but I always love seeing it work. I thank you all. The man you apprehended is being interrogated as we speak, though he fell silent upon realizing that we had not turned his master. He will soon tell us what he knows, one way or another. Pardon the intrusion, First Commander. Ah, Lord Artoirel, are you coming to see your father? He is attending Sir Aymeric in his chambers at present. I am. He bid me bring this salve. Then do not let me detain you, and thank you for your kindness, my lord. In times of trouble, every man must do his part. Would that I could do more. I'm suddenly very suspicious of him. My lord Artoirel did not seem to be in the best of spirits. 'Tis little wonder, Master Alphanod. His father is widely slandered, and his half-brother not yet cold in the grave. Oh yeah. Lord Sneeze. Alright, give me the fending stuff. Take a quick look here. Ooh. Let's see now. Augmented primal earrings of fending. Let's take a look. In general, it looks better, yeah. Primal choker offending, yes. Bracelet offending. Yes. Hold up. I think my item rating actually went down. See, it's 236. $235. What the? Okay, let's see about something else. Let's see. 1304. Health is staying about the same. Wait, nope, 13. Well, my health is going up. Should I? Or should I not? Because I'm starting to feel a little worried about these. I mean, I get more health in general, sure, but... my item rating goes down. Well, you know what? It's not always about the item rating. Fine. And they're commonly bought anyway. Oh, wait, right? That's just the crag stuff. Had that forever. Not you, Puff. What's this? Four-tomp kite shield. Hutchfront wind up. And then accessories of aiming, healing, and casting. Not bad.
to diminish our accomplishments, but until we identify the ones who ordered the fires set, our work is far from finished.
Between the various conservative and religious factions in Ishgard, I dare say there's no shortage of parties who would like to see the status quo preserved. Do any likely suspects spring to mind?
Far too many to count.
Hey, he's up and about.
Lord Commander, your wounds.
Are healing well. Thank you. Time is of the essence. Lest we forget, these men would sooner put their own city to the torch than see it change. When our enemies learn that we have apprehended their arsonist, there is no telling how they will react.
Probably by setting more fires.
Lord Commander, an armed mob has seized control of the vault.
And now we know. Tell us what happened, sir. Spare no detail.
We were directing refugees into the Basilica, as you ordered, when all of a sudden, men brandishing weapons were all around us. It happened so fast, my lord. We had no time to respond. They've taken the refugees hostage and barricaded themselves inside the vault.
And they sent you to deliver their demands.
They, the true brothers of the faith, demand that a conclave to select the next archbishop be held forthwith. Furthermore, they declare that you, Lord Commander, are guilty of patricide and high treason, and that you must surrender yourself at once to receive of the Fury's judgment.
High treason, sure, but patricide, no, that's on me. I killed him. Aymeric was nowhere near the fight.
Ridiculous! I mean, do they honestly think that executing Sir Aymeric would change anything? That the truth will somehow die with him?
They're not that smart.
These fundamentalists rage against the passing of the old ways, unable to accept there can be no going back.
Given the fanciful nature of their demands, a peaceful resolution does not seem likely. If the hostages are to be rescued, it will be by force, I fear.
Agreed. Lucia, take a contingent of knights and establish a perimeter outside the entrance.
Do I get to go in and kill them?
At once, Lord Commander.
Hilda, I need your people out in force throughout the Broom. When word spreads of the situation, the friends and family of the hostages may try to take matters into their own hands. I will not give these militants more targets. I shall lead the assault on the vault. Master Alphino, can I count on the support of the Scions?
Of course.
I shall kill whoever I need to.
We are in your debt.
I shall join you as well, Lord Commander.
Well, between the two brothers, he is the one that's better with the sword.
Your assistance is most welcome, Lord Atwarel. To arms, then, friends. Time is against us.
In the pillars. Not there, not there, there. Not there, there! Listen well, we will enter the Basilica silently via this gate. According to our latest reports, there are at least 6 hostages being held within. The numbers and readiness of the true brothers of the faith are unknown. I am told one claimed to have served under Thordan VII,
might be the same as true. Might the same be true of the rest? This is why you don't write in weird British syntax. Given the swiftness with which they seized control of the vault, I think it highly likely, yes. Which means that they may well possess the knowledge required to turn the building's defenses against us. Be that as it may, we have no choice but to press on. Lord Artwarel, you are a brave man and true, and none would dare question your honor if you chose not to risk your life in this endeavor. Are you certain you wish to join us? I am no stranger to the battlefield, Sir Aymeric. My arm will not falter, my shield will not break. Halone is my witness, we will bring these fanatics to justice. Well said, my lord. Friends, follow me. Woohoo! This gonna be fun. Presence skit goes unnoticed. Must secure the entrance. Saving the hostage takes precedence over all else. Leap! Abyssal Drain! That's one. Sir Simeonard. Was he one of those I killed or not? I don't remember. Oh, he's only a friar. The hostage? You got it! Where is the hostage? Oh, there they are.
Down with you!
And leap! Provoke! It's a good thing I'm a tank class right now. Haha! Oh, you have magic. You need to die. Let's see, what does Carve and Spit look like? That's pretty cool. Though I don't know why it's called Spit. Took the others elsewhere, eh? Oh, we've got company. They underestimate all of us. You got a cool shield, my man. Too bad you have to die. That's not how you spell choir. Sir Simeonard, lay down your arms and release the hostages, and you will be shown mercy. I give you my word. Ha! The word of a heretic and kinslayer. Again, I killed him. I would sooner trust a dragon. Activate the knights! We shall show the hostages the same mercy he showed the Archbishop! Oh no, those again. That's such a goofy run. Of the holiest flame, sure. Unlike you, Sir Aymeric, I am a man of honor. No, you're not. You took hostages. That's dishonorable. By my hand you shall receive of the Fury's judgment! So it is to be a trial, then. Lord Artoirel, Yuihime, leave us and save the hostages. I will deal with Sir Simeonard. If you insist. Tear him apart. I should probably turn this on just for this. Eyes on me. Excuse me. I am drawing aggro here. Get him up so I can move out. I don't know, maybe this way. There they are. All right, how many is that? Should be all of them, yes? No others. Right. Back to Aymeric. Alright, he wants a duel, so that means we take on these guys. I finally get to use these abilities that I ended up learning but could never use while grinding, because they always demanded I'd be level 50. Carve and spit! Situation neutralized. Mostly. Oh no. Oh no. Open the door! Open the door now!
Where is he? Where is he?
closer!
You have nowhere to run. Release the girl and surrender.
Phrasing!
Surrender to whom? The blasphemer who throws wide the gates to our enemy? Who breaks bread with him and calls him brother? Ungodly swine! I would sooner die than surrender to you.
Right, well, that will be arranged very shortly.
Is it godly to spill the blood of an innocent child? To burn the homes of your brothers? Tell me, priest, is that godly?
Do not speak to me of godliness, heathen! Your father's blood is on your hands, as is hers!
No, it's on my hands. Hey! Shola, please look up. Oh, right, you can't look. Haha! I knew that would happen.
What? But I...
Yay, dragons!
Vidofne!
Please fall and you Shola shall break the fall.
Well met, knight. Mayhap I chose an inopportune moment?
Nope.
Not at all. Pray forgive us this most unworthy reception. We are honored to have you with us, and right glad of your aid.
Your comment just made me remember something from Futurama. Great. Someone fat get in my way!
Fortune delivered the child unto me. I had but to receive her.
And received her, you did. Well done.
Thank you for saving me.
Thou art welcome, child.
Ah. Well, that'll help.
Never did I think to be indebted to so unexpected a savior. But full glad am I to be so.
Friend of Izel, warrior of warriors, I had hoped to meet with thee.
Well, we're here now. Why not meet?
I bear a message from my sire.
From Gracefelder.
Upon returning to our lands, Nidhogg's shade did sing unto his brood, and they for skies unknown did then take wing.
They're flying elsewhere?
This thou must know, for your fates are inextricably bound.
Yeah, I still gotta pull Estinian out of there somehow.
What of Estinian? Is he truly lost to us?
Such matters are beyond my ken. I but bear my father's words, take from them what thou wilt. Fare you well, mortals.
So it is as they say then. A great white dragon swooped down from the heavens to rescue an innocent child.
What do you mean by as they say? That was just minutes ago. How did that become a rumor or something?
A most unexpected turn of events, but not an unwelcome one. The people will not soon forget this day.
For better or worse?
Yet how will they choose to remember it, Sir Emmerich?
I just said that.
And will these events serve to bring man and dragon closer together, or drive a deeper wedge between brothers? After 1,000 years, the world these men once knew is changing, and with ungentle swiftness to boot. Though their actions are misguided, their sentiments are only to be expected. You may be sure that others will rally to their cause. I share your desire for a lasting peace with the Dravanians, I do. But I would not see it built on the bones of our countrymen, nor on our own.
Well, that's only because they willingly threw their bones there. It's their fault.
I see much of Horsefanu,
Isn't I?
and I could not bear to mourn the passing of another son.
Unless it was a Menelaine. You could probably bear to see him die.
Lord Edmund.
What's the point of a walking stick if you'd walk like that with it? This has been a day of surprises, has it not? 'Tis but a pity Vidofnir could not stay longer. Yes, I think it's fair to say that she timed her departure rather less well than her arrival. Well timed scarcely does it justice, but 1 moment later would have been a moment too late. What, you don't know any cushioning magic? Master Matoya never taught you that? Conjure a mattress out of nowhere to break her fall? What kind of magic user are you? Feh! Feh! Fetasse! Feh! Let us pray that the Ishgardians who yet harbor doubts will take these events to heart and accept the truth of Sir Aymerich's words. Well, 'tis only meet that I... 'Tis only meet? What? 'Tis only right that I inform Tataru of what has occurred here. If you have need of me, I shall be at Fortemps Manor. Allow me to accompany you. Tataru would never forgive me if I left for the Rising Stones without saying goodbye. A moment. I wish a word. Alright. Tell me, does Thancred seem quite well to you? That's several words. Well, other than the fact that he seems to be pretending to be missing an eye, he seems fine. No, I'm not saying that at all. That he did, which is especially remarkable given the injury to his eye. I can only assume that his time in the wilderness afforded him ample opportunity to compensate for his impairment. However, I speak not of his physical state, but rather his etheric flow, which I fear has been irreparably disrupted. Well, I can't see that, and I know that's the only way you can see, so you say it, it must be true. I need the fan off right now. As a result, I strongly suspect that his ability to manipulate Aether has been compromised. Simply put, Thancred may no longer be able to wield magics. Did he before? I don't remember him doing so. He's always been a rogue class. It would do much to explain why he chose to remain within the wilderness instead of seeking us out. He would have been compelled to rely solely on traditional methods of travel, significantly prolonging his journey. Oh, like he can't use the Ethernet. Oh, okay, I see what you mean now. And when he learned that a nearby beast tribe was making preparations to summon a primal, it may well have seemed more sensible to wait. I smell something tasty. Like egg, maybe? Oh well. But this is still little more than speculation. Until I have proof, pray, speak no word of it. Right then, I should be on my way. Cryo may have charmed Master Matoya for now, but who can say how long it will last? Probably longer than you'd expect. I think the old crone takes to people quite easily, actually. So long as they say the right things and are polite enough, I suppose. Quite a bit of egg on Thancred's face for Y'shtola to see it. I don't think that's where I smelt the egg is coming from. Nope, wait. It might be steak.
That Vidofnir should chance to arrive even as the girl fell. Truly, I could not have planned it better myself.
Ah, good. We were afraid you might have left.
A shield, my lord?
Fit for a true knight. An expression of our gratitude to you and yours. Long overdue.
Thank you. I'll test if it's better than my current shield in a moment.
But there is something else I would discuss ere you part. Something which cannot leave this room. My father will soon step down as head of our house.
Well, congratulations on your promotion.
Sir Emmerich was not the only one to fall under suspicion following the death of the Archbishop. There are some who believe my father complicit in a coup d'etat.
For the last time, I killed him.
Thus he intends to renounce his title to absolve our house of suspicion and secure the support of our peers.
Surely there must be another way to convince houses Durandare and Zamail.
Nah, Zamail is pretty much a house of schemers.
So I said to him, alas, he will not budge. Ever since I was a child, I knew that I would one day succeed my father. The thought of it filled me with pride. Yet once I learned the day was at hand, my heart was filled with naught but dread.
You know, I always did think this guy reminded me of Byakuya Kuchiki.
Our legacy is built upon the lies of our forefathers. In accepting this title, am I not perpetuating this injustice? Why should I become the next count?
Let me put it to you this way. Do you really want Emanelaine to become the next count?
You sound just like him. Aye. I suspect that is what Horschiffon would have said.
Gesundheit.
To aid those in need. When you look on that shield, I trust you will remember his words. And should I once more find my resolve wavering...
No, but more like he wasn't ready for his dad to retire. Yeah, I get that.
Yes, whenever I look upon that shield, I shall remember how I used to fake a sneeze every time I would pronounce his name.
You were a sister to Horchiffon. Will you be a sister to me as well?
Whoa, buddy, that's a little too forward of you.
Come, Emanelaine. There's much to be done. For Father, and for Sir Emmerich, and for Ishgard.
Oh, now he's with us. I got an itch on my ear.
To think we share the same blood. Pray excuse us.
Those were the days of promises and vows, of tentative first steps into an uncertain future. A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never have foreseen. Born of good and evil, of light and darkness, and shepherded by our hand.
Shepherd.
Be it for weal, or be it for woe.
The hell is Wheel? Memoirs of Count Edmont. Heavensward. As goes light, so goes darkness. I had a feeling it was him. Let's see. Aiming, healing, casting. Save that for when the red mage is ready. Red mage. Red mage over paradise. This is thy proof? The Jeren Oracles. Apocrypha. What, is he in the Grubel library again? What? Who speak? Surreptitious! Our fates were ordained long ago, Archon. The Garleans are no exception, nor the Triad. You know what must be done. Why are some of the books glowing red? Are they hot? Sneaky sister. Now, where's this? Oh! Well? Everyone has their orders. The masks will attack as soon as all units are in position. The Imperials won't know what hit them. I fear it will be bloody. By Rhalgr, it had better be. Thank you, camera, for being so cultured as to focus on her chest. We cannot stay here forever, Ida. We have other responsibilities. I know full well what my responsibilities are, and I mean to fulfill them, every one. Okay, now then. Shield comparison time. I had a feeling that was the case. Such a shame.
Sorry, but I like my Scootum more. Anyway, back to the Dark Knight. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh, looks like we'll be saving Flahaman. Steamed staff. I thought it said steamed stuff, but this is just as bad, if not worse. Alphada, Yuhime! I've been looking all over for you! We've received news regarding Flahaman, Hoary Boulder, and Cultinet. Really? Has something happened? No, it's nothing bad. Quite the opposite, in fact. It seems that once they learned the Scion's good name had been restored, they boarded the next ship bound for Limsa Laminsa. They should be arriving any moment now. It's easy to forget how useful link pearls are, isn't it? When they work, I mean. And you don't mind being spied on. I was being spied on the entire time while I had a link pearl in my non-existent ear? I'm okay with that. Quite. But what wonderful news to think that our reunion is close at hand. A pleasure to see you too, Alphanaut. Ah, Thancred. And Kryl. What brings the two of you here? Kryl and I have been looking into how we might track down Minfilia. And we may just have found the answer. Ah, she's pleased. When you were fleeing Ul'dah with Minfilia, you said that Hydaelyn spoke to her shortly before you parted ways, yes? Well, assuming that is true, and I see no reason to suspect that it is not, it seems reasonable to conclude that Hydaelyn commanded her to remain behind. That is to say, the Mother Crystal directly interceded to guide Minfilia. Admittedly, this is all quite hypothetical, but I propose that such intervention, however subtle, must surely leave some residual trace, a lingering disturbance in the aether, or ripple, if you will. In order to establish the existence of such ripples, of course, we will require suitable data. Fortunately, I know where such data can be found. The battleground where Yuhime felled the Ultima weapon, and the site of my personal ignominy. Haha! Yeah, we're not going to let you live that down ever. So it's there that Hydaelyn intervened to shield her from the magic I invoked. Kryl and I will infiltrate the castrum and analyze the aether therein. The two of you, alone? I have a proven knack for subterfuge, and I am confident there will be sufficient nooks and crannies in which to hide Kryl while the patrols pass. Yes! Besides, if you and Yuhime come along, who will see Flahaman's grand homecoming? When you put it like that, very well, I will trust in your plan. I know not whether this data will yield a means to find Minfilia, but it will, at the very least, eliminate another avenue of inquiry. Tataru and I will return to the Rising Stones and make preparations for our comrades' return. Might I impose upon you to meet them at the Laminsan docks? Then I shall see the four of you at the Rising Stones. Safe travels! I do really want to cave Ilbird's head in. Oh, yes, great. I saw one thing that was that was funny to me. It was Dio pulling out his last knife and going Muda 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 Muda, and then throwing it, and then it cut to when Harchevant got speared through. I found it funny. Ah, shit! I went to the wrong place. Let's see. It was all the way this way, wasn't it? Pretty wings. What the? That's the funkiest cactuar I've ever seen. Micro Gigantender. What a funky looking thing. Part of a guild called Bees? There they are. Hello, songstress. Oh, Yuhime! How have you been? Come here, let me have a good look at you. Yep, she's a mom to the end, that's for sure. Thank the 12, one hears the strangest tales in foreign lands. I worried about you all every day. Ah, the guild mom is back. We would have sent word sooner, but the Braves afforded us no opportunity. When they fell upon us in the market, it was all we could do to escape. Tataru found her way to you, of course, but we were forced to seek shelter aboard a Hannish vessel. It pained us not being there when you needed us most, but we made the most of it, didn't we, Coltonet? Studied and trained from dusk till dawn, we did. We would have sent word sooner, but we knew not whom to trust, and with the vast distance... Oh, you should call more often. But those dark days are behind us at last. I shall be glad to indeed to return home and speak with my daughter. Ooh. Slight problem there. Up, textures. There were texture problems. Okay, I kind of like how when she was shocked, she sort of backed away. She sort of brought her hands up the way you would think a cat person would. Up. Textures. They've acting funny again. Up. I saw you. Ah, there it goes again. What do you mean she's missing? How could you let this happen? Look, an otherworldly power that claimed to be my mom as well, who is not my mom, also did something, okay? Not my fault. Forgive me, I am sure you are doing everything in your power to find her. No, not me, but other people are. As Thancred must be, he watched over her from the first, long before me, and he will watch over her to the last. Setting that up for a future expansion. Ain't that right, Gray? I shall pray for her safe return, and busy myself in the meantime. For certainty, there is much and more to be done. The Braves may have bloodied us, but the path remains, and we will not be swayed from it. Aye, that's the spirit! To the Scions, and a long overdue reunion! Huzzah! Well, there you have it. To the Rising Stones, there is a house in Mordona. They call the Rising Stones. And now, elsewhere on the planet. Pretty obvious who that is.
Well done, sir. And with that, I believe we are ready to proceed.
Let us be about our business then. The next patrol may not be so credulous.
Hey, hey! Don't take your helmet off now.
Why must you be so disappointingly brusque? You're not at all as Minfilia described, you know. I don't think you favored me with so much as a single compliment since we set out.
I think it's because he's not into laughabelles.
Tell me, did your time in the wilderness sap you of all your charm? Or are you holding it in reserve for your beloved?
This is neither the time nor the place.
Well, you should have had a shave before going out at least.
Well, call me old-fashioned, but when I'm risking life and limb infiltrating an Imperial castrum, I like to be sure of my comrades' motivations.
Okay, you're old-fashioned.
I see now where Alphino gets it from. Minfilia is dear to me. It is true. But not in the way you think. 15 years passed, when she was still but a child. There was an incident at a parade. A Gubu broke free of its fetters and ran amok through the streets of Ul'dah. Had I been more attentive, I could have prevented it. But I was distracted, and her father was killed.
Let me guess, you were distracted by a woman.
I feared she would never recover. But in the years that followed, she showed herself to be more resilient than I had ever imagined. And when she learned of her gift, she did not flinch from the responsibility, but sought to guide others on the path. She touched the hearts of all around her. Mine, Louisoix, every Scions. In those dark days following the calamity, she was our guiding light, our hope for a brighter future. She had so many dreams, and I would give anything to make them come true.
Set up!
My apologies. I can see she means the world to you. I did not mean to pick at old scars.
No harm done, I assure you. But fair is fair, my lady. What is Minfilia to you?
Aha!
You mean you don't know? Only my dearest friend.
I thought that was Moonbrito.
When I finally emerged from my torpor, I learned that nary a day had passed without her asking after me. She never gave up hope. And neither will I.
Then for Minfilia's sake, let us pray that these vestiges of Hydaelyn's intervention will lead us to her.
How did she do that? And back to me. Hanabi Nabi. Huh. Cool ninja armor. Anarchy Apple. For whatever reason, I first thought of that, and I first saw that outfit and thought, Dark Magician Girl? I've got no idea why, but I did. It feels good to be home again. To think that everyone is waiting for us just beyond those doors. Friends and family with whom we have shared so much. Not everybody. Gods help me, but the older I get, the more sentimental I become. Come, let us not keep them waiting. Alian, Femi, it fills my heart with joy to see you both hale and hearty. And what of Higiri? She is well, though abroad on a mission at present. Didn't she mean Yugiri? Oh no, these were the other ninja people. It just wasn't the same without you. Welcome back, my lady. We could do with more of that around here. Heartfelt reunions with stalwart companions. Brings a bloody tear to the eye. To secrete oneself in a ship's hold to secure safe passage to a faraway land. This is a tale we know all too well. When they are well rested, I should like to seek a formal introduction. Why wait? Why wait, my friend? Come, there is no need to be shy. Pray, grant me a moment longer at least.
Though I am happy to oblige you, my legs are rather less accommodating. Legs. Glad though I am to be home, I cannot help but think of those who have yet to return. Once we have settled in, I would join the search. Ocker, what in the seven hells drove my little brother to come to Mordona? Why, you, brother, you and the Scions, of course. For 1,000 days I trained, that I might grow as strong as you, that I might fight alongside you. Yet now that you are here, I sense that you have surpassed me once more. No, do not tell me. You trained with the Hanish, did you not? Your eyes do not deceive you, brother. I have studied the trials of the braves, and drunk deep of the souls of mine enemies. I thought you had to be a Dark Knight to do that, or a Reaper. What say you, tiny secretary?
It's been so long since I've seen them all like this. Too long. 'Twas the chaos born of my foolish ambition which forced them to flee. Though they are returned, there are others yet missing, others whom we cannot forsake. We'll find them, Alphinaud. I know we will. Minfilia, Ida, Papalymo, every last one. And when they walk through those doors, we'll be here to welcome them home. With me at the head of the queue, of course. You know, thinking back at the end of one of your streams, she did try to do that, didn't she? She tried to be the first one. I'm getting food. Ooh, I get a frog minion. But that reminds me. I now have my own miniature Lord Sneeze. Thancred and Krile contacted us a short while ago. It would seem that their foray into Castrum Meridianum bore fruit. They asked that we rendezvous with them in Ishtola in Idleshire, where they will share their findings. Rude though it is to depart without speaking to the guest of honor, I expect she will forgive me if I return with her daughter. Yeah, probably. I really gotta hear back the VOD I did with my lapel mic, see how that worked out. I never get tired of these bagpipes. My apologies, I see I am the last to arrive, for once. So, what news have you for us? Well, as we postulated, there were indeed what appeared to be the remnants of an unexplained disturbance in the aether at the scene of the Ultima weapon's destruction, a ripple at odds with the presiding pattern. Though faint, the waveforms bore a strong resemblance to those observed following the destruction of the Isle of Val, when I believe Hydaelyn shielded me with the blessing of light. To confirm our findings, we paid a visit to the Silde aqueducts. There we detected the same waveform, but orders of magnitude larger, as one would expect of a more recent disturbance. Hydaelyn, there is no other explanation. But there is more. When I studied the site where Ishtola used flow, it appeared that not 2 but 3 beings had been affected. Yet unlike Ishtola and Thancred, there was no trail to follow. Our unknown third party was simply there, and then not there. Now recall your visions of a vast crystal floating in a sea of aether. I try to forget, honestly. Though this too is but a theory, studies of gifted subjects suggest that, when communing with Hydaelyn, we briefly leave our bodies behind. So let us consider the facts. 1. Hydaelyn interceded. 2. A third being was caught in Ishtola's flow and vanished without a trace. And 3. Heidland may have the capacity to summon the consciousness of gifted individuals to her side. You are implying, I take it, that Heidland guided Minfilia into the compass of my magic, that she might summon her body and soul onto the ethereal sea? In which case, we must needs continue our search there. For a blessing, the means to do so already exist. I speak of the Antitower. Let me just see if I got that right. Antitower. Yes, I did. A Charlian construction conceived to provide scholars a vantage point over the ethereal sea. Though I know not where its entrance lies, we need only ask its last custodian, a contrary old crone who, for another blessing, refused to join the Exodus. Ha! Always gotta go back to Matoya. Master Matoya was the keeper of the Antitower? I had no idea. Then our course is clear. We must petition her aid once again. Good, I love speaking with Granny. She's fun. Come fly with me, let's fly away. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Into her little hidey hole. Hello, frog. Oh, what a surprise. Well, what secrets have you come to extract from me this time? Though it pains me to admit it, your words strike close to the mark. We humbly ask that you grant us entry to the Antitower, that we might use it to seek a friend who we believe has been transported to the ethereal sea. And who told you I could do such a thing, I wonder? The tower was abandoned to its magical keepers 15 years ago. They have the run of the place now. If that is no deterrent to you, then by all means. Is that all? I felt sure you would seek to dissuade us from our course, given your role as custodian. Role? Hardly. The Forum foisted the title on me. During the Exodus, every entrance to the Antitower was sealed save one. My role consists of making sure no one with ill intent sneaks through it. Such was the Forum's final order to me. Well, I can remove the wards right now. Will you be going or not? We will, Master Matoya. We will do whatever it takes to find Minfilia. We'll see about that. Yuihime can go. Take the magicless rogue too, if you like. He's no use to me. Ah! Of course she wouldn't have the tact to break it gently. The rest of you will stay and work, and I'll hear no argument. Those are my terms. Oh. And I should be delighted to accompany you. Lead the way. Thancred, no. Your etheric flow has been compromised. Do not deny it. To venture into an environment so thick with aether, so close to the ethereal sea, would be to risk further impairment, or worse. But Menphilia could be in there, waiting for us. And you could die, and for what? If she is waiting beyond, Yuhime will find her. Trust in her. Have faith. Damn it all. Bring her back to us. If she'll let me, sure. That Antitower, now accessible. Alright then. Let's get it started. Let's see, where would it be? In here? There it is. Just to be sure, real quick. Still no NPC party yet. Oh well. That's not right. The Antitower. Join. Shouldn't take long. Not as a tank, at least. Saro Rago. Toro Rago. Yep, I knew it wouldn't take long. Brah. Yeah, if I were to describe any tower as anti, I would call that anti. Ah! Frogs. Yes, that is absolutely 100% anti. No doubt about it. Wait, whoops. Time to use that hot chocolate. Alright, Froggo. Be nice and let us pass. Or else. Oh, whoops. I'm sorry, I did not notice there would be more. I'm so sorry about that. I thought it was just going to be the frog. I'm being attacked by a Nuda branch. That was big ice. I keep forgetting I have things like carve and spit now. Whoa! Ribbit, ribbit! Oh my god, that is one big ugly thing. Carve and spit! Oh, one of those Hropkins. Here we see a close-up of a frog croaking. Die, sea cucumber! Woohoo! This is cool but terrifying. Whoop, that was a slight bit of lag there. Abyssal Drain. Yeah, I'm definitely liking the Dark Knight because as I called it, referenced it in a tweet once. It's basically a DPS that with the wind-up time and power of a train. Ah, why was I stuck there? Baferi Ceres. Felt that I ought to learn to pronounce that one of these days. So why not today? Whoop, here's the first one. Zuro Rago. Computer, please. Carve and spit. See, the water's gone. Odious Croak. No idea what that was about. Ah, we got some extra frogs. Okay, the Froggos be deados. Oh my gosh, he has a ring on his hand. That's silly. Let's see, he's got bubbles of music. I'm stunned! Concussion. Uh-oh, I'm taking increased damage? Where's that frog? Where is that other frog? Whoop. Alright, so those bubbles seem to pop themselves. Carbon! Oh, never mind. It's not easy being Croak. So you're gonna pass on that. Ring of Slaying, yeah, I'll also pass. You travel down the up staircase. Yep, we're in Escher. Oh, this is actually a lot different than I thought it would be. Music's gotten really calm. Salted Earth. Spriggan Doorkeeper. Fire Homunculus. Or Fire Homunculi, technically. Uh-oh. Spriggan is down. Now for the Homunculi. And there are a surprising lot of them. Abyssal Drain. Yeah, that's it. Drop ice on the fire thingy. What are we walking on? Rock people! Massive Marlith. Yeah, it's salty! Carpa mission. What? Dravonian earrings offending. I'll pass. Oh boy, another doorkeeper. Give it a good carve and spit. Ah, wasn't fast enough. Oh, and now the Marlith has gotten up. And now we've got Ziggy. Jittering glare. Where hearts sleep. Oh, it's sealed off as well. Stardust. Oh, Ziggy Stardust. It's a band. It's a musician reference. Okay. Hide behind those when it's targeting you with that tether. Not that hard. Spriggan gem cutters. Stopped it. Just in time. Thank you. Over here, stupid. Ah, very timely rescue. Hats of healing? Nope. Choker of casting? Nope. Oh boy, it's like I'm in that twisted tower back in Elden Ring. Wind up Vikings. Come here, you knockoff Jawas. Uh-oh. Abyssal Drain. Where mines toil. Oh, these are big. Centaurs. No berserk for you. Bonk. I kick you. The upper reaches. Really? Is it really the upper? Here we go again. Where souls rest. Excuse me. Ah, crap, I couldn't see that. Amidst all the other particle effects. Come here now. I'm gonna cut you off good. Oh, and now they brought the centaurs. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Get that darn mage. How much further do we have to go? Oh. Clear where all witness. Oh, we're at the end then. Ah! We are Calcabrina. Adorable dolls, terrible dolls. Yip, yip. No, yip, ho, ho. Yeah. Yikes. Right, guess I've got to get smashing then. What are they doing? Cut my strings, but there are no strings on me. Charging into unknown halls. Uh-oh. Now they've got strings. Ah! Yeah! Uh-oh. I'm confused. Sorry about this. That was too quick for me. Ow! Can we not attack? Is this like a bide situation? Gotta finish it quickly, clearly. Oh, good. Keep up the pain. Ha! Put up some defense on that. Alright, now the healer is attacking me. I got you. It's fine. Still didn't hurt. Not that much, at least. Uh-oh. It is me. I am the doll. Somebody stop me! Thank you. Gotcha. Whew. Hey, and Anders keeping. Good riddance to you. Oh great, I got free stuff just because they wanted to piece the F out immediately. Why don't I ever get to give out player commendations anymore? Okay then, Light. Show me the way.
Feel. Think.
Oh, hello again.
Through time and space hast thou journeyed unto me, as I knew thou wouldst. word of the Mother. We, who were once called Minfilia.
Well, at least you're not naked.
Much time hath passed for thee since the bloody banquet. Since I hearkened to her word. Mother, Hydaelyn guided me towards Y'shtola and Thancred, that I might be swept up in their flow and delivered unto the ethereal sea.
Okay, why?
There, adrift and alone, her voice silent once more, I prayed for those we had lost, for those we can yet save. To her I would make an offering.
What do you mean by that?
We speak now with one voice, one will, one word.
You gave up yourself?
Unto thee we bequeath the most precious of gifts, the truth which lieth at the heart of this world.
Oh, I know what the heart of the world is. It's 1,000 lums.
Thus do we beseech thee once more. Hear, feel, think. Before there was life, in the depths of the ethereal sea, light and dark did once dwell as one.
I think I'm going to set this to auto.
But the darkness coveted power, and the balance was broken. Thus was I forced to banish him unto the distant heavens, to forever remain apart, a moon bound.
Yeah, and that was Zodiark, I know that much.
In sundering the star did we cry out, and the barriers twixt planes chanced to falter. Across 10 and 3 were we then divided, reflections of the source, each possessed of a shard.
Oh, yep. There we go. Thought I broke for a moment.
Longeth to be made whole. For his restoration, for his resurrection, his servants labor without cease.
More like they get others to labor for them.
They seek to tear down the barriers which surround the source. Thus do they rejoice in their ardor, in your calamities, for each marks a rejoining. Seven times have they succeeded. 7 times hath the darkness grown stronger.
The darkness.
7 times have I failed. The Scions cannot be suffered to continue. This is my final.
Uh-oh.
The crystal's power is all but spent. With what remains, I will return you to the shore of the ethereal sea.
Hey, come on, you're supposed to come back with me. I twinkled a little stronger.
Blessed children, go forth and seek.
Seek less.
Seek.
Oh no. Oh, Thancred's gonna be so mad at me. And I didn't even get her outfit.
Thank the 12!
Did you find her? Did you find Minfilia?
Yeah.
The word of the mother. I'm not sure I understand.
Nor am I. Cryle?
As unbelievable as it sounds, I see no reason to doubt her. The word's tale. No one was more sensitive to the will of Hydaelyn than Minfilia, and if Hydaelyn has grown so weak that she can barely make herself heard, it is not hard to see why Minfilia, having joined with her, might struggle to maintain her own form.
What? Why would she need to maintain her own form? Are you saying she's gone?
It's a bit like speaking out as a Force ghost. It takes a lot of effort to keep yourself apart from the Force.
But that cannot be! Not now. Not after all we have accomplished. We were meant to usher in the dawn's light together.
She threw herself on the fire to fuel your dawn's light, boy. You'll just have to usher it in on your own.
Must you be so ungentle?
Tell me about the Scions, boy.
The Scions of the Seventh Dawn lay before Eorzea's salvation. Whenever the realm is threatened, be it by Primal, Ascian, Garlean, or any other, we take up arms in her defense, that all in Eorzea may live to see a brighter tomorrow.
And that's very noble of you. But in chasing after these lofty goals of yours, you seem to have lost sight of some basic truths. To win a war, you must be willing to do whatever it takes. To fight, to kill, and if necessary, to die. The path you've chosen is paved with the dead. Walk it with your eyes open, or not at all.
She's got a point.
I know the truth of which you speak, and have from the first. If the Ascians will go to any length to resurrect their god, then we must needs be as committed to our cause, to unmask them and their schemes, and to crush them both utterly. Come, there is much to be done.
Yes, of course.
At least Cryle tries to be polite in leaving.
Thancred, wait!
Up, he walked right through that rock.
No, this is all wrong.
Well, whatever he does, he better not blame me for this. She's not coming back, is she? I know that, I do.
to give all for her beliefs was ever her way. So will we, as we must. What greater calling could there be than to stand against the dark as defenders of the light? And yet, where does it end? The sacrifice, the loss. The frog. Ribbit, ribbit. Ugh. I must ask that you not breathe a word of this to any of the others at the Rising Stones, especially Flamen. I will brief Tataru on what we have learned, as well as Urianger. He may have insight into what the word told us. As for you, after all you've done, I would say you have earned a rest. Ah, but speaking of well-earned rewards, I received a missive from Sir Aymeric while you were away. It would seem he is planning a ceremony of some sort, and would like you to attend. He did not divulge the details, preferring instead to explain in person. Mayhap you should pay him a visit? Gladly! Yep. Let me in to speak with the man.
A pleasure to see you again, my friend. I take it you received our invitation.
Yeah, sorry, I was just doing something else. What's up?
Good. You of all people should be present.
I did liberate you all after all.
When the true brothers of the faith seized control of the vault, I feared the worst. Yet in adversity were we blessed with the promise of peace between man and dragon through Vidofnir's timely rescue of an innocent child. Timely, I say, though miraculous or providential might better describe the event. The gods themselves could not have devised a more fitting symbol of hope.
Yep, sure was lucky.
Needless to say, we could scarce let such an opportunity pass us by. Which is why I set about making formal arrangements for a peace conference between our peoples. You and yours have done more to bring us together than any, and it is only right that you attend. But I confess that is not the only reason I would be glad to have you there. Given Nidhogg's implacable opposition to the peace, it is possible that he and his followers may attempt to disrupt proceedings, in which event your presence would be a comfort to all in attendance.
But we were told he flew off to skies unknown, so basically somewhere elsewhere that we do not know of.
Pray understand, I have no wish to invite the Worm's ire. But if our fractured nation is to heal, if we are to move forward as a people united, then we must do whatever is necessary to bring about lasting change.
Uh-oh. Is that blood loss, or...?
Tis nothing. Lucia cautioned me against giving vent to my passions, lest my wounds reopen. It has not been easy reaching out to our opponents in Ishgard, many of whom sympathized with the actions of the true brothers. But in so doing, we have limited the influence of the zealots.
Okay, that's a good news at least.
The people are ready, my friend. This conference must go ahead.
Must.
I knew you would understand. The conference will take place on the border of Ishgardian and Dravanian territory in Falcon's Nest. Lucia is there, seeing to the final preparations, even as we speak. Pray join her at your earliest convenience. 'Twould not do for the guest of honor to arrive late, after all.
I will arrive precisely as I intend.
Oh, and one more thing. A drink. We should make time for one. Once the conference is concluded, I mean. By my reckoning, 'tis long overdue.
I suppose I could use a stiff one. Come on, Puff. Got ourselves something of a party to attend to. So how goes the party prep? The Lord Commander said you would come. As you can see, preparations for the conference are proceeding apace. Mark well the curtain above. It conceals a relic that will be unveiled during the conference. The Masons labor day and night to see it finished on schedule. Sir Aymeric wanted a symbol which would endure long after this conference is concluded. I think he will be pleased with the result. 'Twas not my war, but I made it mine, and to see it draw closer to a resolution fills me with a strange hope. His faith is infectious, is it not? His certainty that we can be better than we are. Forgive me, I am rambling. You must be tired from your journey. Go, rest. I will not keep you. If you would rather not take a rest, then why not take a walk around Falcon's Nest? Make your presence known to the people and so forth. In addition to those who have come from far and wide to attend this ceremony, you may meet Lord Artoirel and Emanelaine, who have graciously volunteered their services. They should be glad to see you. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return to my duties. Yeah, sure thing, why not? Bloody exciting, isn't it? Not just peace with the dragons, but with all them heretics besides. Don't misunderstand, we've all got a healthy fear of being bathed in dragon fire. That being said, the heretics did far more to hinder our efforts here in the past, so hearing that we're close to reconciliation comes as a great relief. Woo! Hopeful people. Lowborn. Do you know when everything's set to begin? I wasn't sure how many might come, so I thought it best to come early and find a spot with a great view. When I heard that Sir Aymeric was planning to make a speech, I knew I couldn't miss it. I mean, the man risked his own neck to rescue those hostages. How often do we get heroes like that in this day and age? Buddy, you're looking at one. And he's more than a fighter, too. He's a thinker, he is. He's got plans to better our lives, to change things. And he'll do it, by the Fury. Me and my friends and family, we all believe he can do it. Ah, such hope. I am glad to see that the rumors are true. Well met, Mistress Thane, and fear not, I've no intention of begging your aid with this or that. Everything appears to be in order.
My only lingering concern is that one of the convictors might not have been informed of our plans. As I recall, Vidofnir may pass directly over their encampment. The last thing we need is a glory-seeking nobleman attempting to slay a Dravanian ambassador to a peace conference. That would be a very big problem. How much has changed since we fought alongside each other in the vault? If you had told me then that we would soon be hosting a peace conference, I would have thought you were a naive fool. Yet here we are, preparing to make that fantasy a reality. And here I am, laboring to make it so. Lord Otwarel, if I may? Certainly, First Commander. How may I be of service? Some of the convictors are refusing to stand down. The majority were willing to do so, but a small party have instead pledged to engage any Dravanians bound for Falcon's Nest. Fury take me, they would defy Sir Americ's commands? If they dare attack Vidofnir, it will not come to that, but to see that it does not, we must needs hasten to their encampment. They should be far more reluctant to oppose us were a Lord of House Fortemp present. I understand completely. Let us depart at once. But ere we do, I must ask, would you look after Manalaine while I am away? As you know, he has ever been an impulsive, changeable child, but recently he seems to have been suffering from a bout of melancholy. I thought to lift his spirits by having him assist with guard duty. A simple but... I'm not tired, I promise. Honorable charge. Unlikely to expose him to danger given the presence of so many other knights. Alas, he has taken no interest, and I fear he may abandon his post in my absence. All I ask is that you keep an eye on him until I return, exhausting though that may be. Oh, it sure sounds like it will be. Thank you, my friend. I promise we will not be long. Will you be short? Will you be wide? I'm rather busy at the moment, old girl, guarding this tavern, as it were. Oh, I see now. Otwarel thought I might be derelict in my duties, eh? The nerve of my brother to question my dedication. Oh, someone's getting mad. Probably for being passed over. But since you are here, mayhap I can put you to proper use. The wasteland beyond the walls must be kept safe for travelers, yet I have been forbidden from leaving Falcon's Nest. It wouldn't do for our esteemed guests to be devoured by wolves, oh no. Yet that is precisely what will happen if we do not cull the roaming packs. Your map, if I may. Right there. Those are the points our scouts marked for patrol. I'll leave you to it, old girl. Come, Honoroit. I must return to my rounds. Oh, do be careful, my lady. What was that sneeze of a crash thing that just happened next to me? Is it the bird? Very bizarre. Well, what do you know? He was right. I look at that face and I can't help but think of Tito from Oliver and Company. Hey man, if this is torture, chain me to the wall! Nerve Sever. Ooh. That would be one smart dog. Yuhime Thane, Wolvesbane! It pleases me to inform you that I have completed my rounds and that all is well as Falcon's Nest. Oh, and there was a grizzled fellow looking for you. You know, the one who made that arsonist confess? Clever, that. Thancred, was it? He was asking after you. Anyway, once I noticed the garish weapons he was sporting, I deemed it a waste to leave him be. I dispatched him to an area I neglected to mark on the map. Yes, this one. If you hurry, he might still be there. Probably working out his anger. I'm sort of curious about those peacock-looking things that are spawning down there, but at the same time, I'm not really caring that much. Not as much as I did with the Coral Regina. Fancy meeting you here. 'Twas fortunate I came when I did. These two would not have fared well against the wolves on their own. The young lord wasted no time taking advantage of you, did he? Don't say it like that! And me, I suppose. Let us return to Falcon's Nest, then, and see what other thrilling tasks he may have for us. Somebody's got a car. Yeah, flying Goobo. Freaky. And there they are, a pair of gallant heroes, if I ever saw them. Comrades in arms, reunited at last. By your selfless sacrifice have you guaranteed the safety of our many guests. On behalf of Ishgard, I thank you both. And with that, there is not left to do but to enjoy our well-earned respite. Max potion, sell it later. Oh, and this should, of course, go without saying, but let's keep those last few favors between us, yes? Artoirel wouldn't understand. Right then, the first floor of those barracks has been converted into a tavern for the duration of the conference. Why don't you go and have something to eat? For once, a suggestion with which I agree. Go on ahead, I will join you anon. Ah, looks nice.
Welcome, welcome. Find yourself an empty seat and I'll be with you in a moment. Cold out, isn't it? Here, a mug on the house. Let's get some color back in them cheeks.
My cheeks are about half scale, you know.
Afraid food will be a bit longer than usual. We've got a lot of hungry folk to feed, what with the conference and all.
Oh, sure. I don't mind the wait.
Oh, so many people with cause to celebrate. To think there could be peace in our time, after all them years of fighting. When I heard about the conference, I knew I had to come. I knew I had to be here, to do my bit. My husband, he died fighting the dragons, you see. And here we are, about to break bread with him.
Yeah, bit weird. Uh-oh.
You were right, my friend. You look tired. Reckon you could do with a good long rest?
Ah, you drugging...
After all you've done, I'd say you've earned it.
You bitch. Do your bit by destroying it, I'm sure. Ah, fuck.
Sleep now. Sleep. Sleep and leave us to our affairs.
I'll gut you later. You know that.
This was never your fight.
My son. They told me he walks in Halone's halls. Him and the rest of his unit.
They told me the same.
Oh, is that Jerry? Couldn't hear you. It's windy out, you know?
I expect they think it's comforting. Every time I come, I cry. I cannot bear to remember, but to forget would be 1,000 times worse. Yet that is what they would have us do. Accept this truth for the sake of peace. Bury the past and look to the future. But he was my future. My flesh and blood. My heart.
Is this it? We're the only ones with the courage to oppose this madness? Cowards, a lot of them.
They think only of the prize, of the peace Sir Emmerich promises them. They know in their hearts it's a lie, but they go along with it anyway, desperate fools. But not I. Not I!
And where's your evidence that it's a lie,
I see the worm that killed my brother in my dreams every night, and I will not rest until he lies broken at my feet. Him and every last one of his accursed kin.
Then you were a bad pick for the job.
All this nonsense about Kings of Eld, as if I care what they did or didn't do. Makes no difference to me and mine. Have the dragons sued for peace in 1,000 years? Are they bollocks?
They do, actually.
It's a bloody ruse is what it is, and Sir Emmerich and the rest of them bloody fallen for it.
Ruse made by whom?
But what can we do? They believe, and naught we can say will ever change their minds. Whether we like it or not, man and dragon will come together at Vulcan's Nest, and all will be forgiven. Forgiven and forgotten.
And who said anything about forgotten, huh?
No. I will not let that happen. They will remember the true face of the enemy. I will show it to them. And we will rise up against them once more.
The true face will be your face.
Hey! Hey! This is no time for napping.
Pink hair. Gotta kill her. She's gonna ruin it all.
Do you have your wits about you? Good. Come with me. We have a crisis on our hands.
Yep, her. That's her. Kill her now.
Hear me, brothers and sisters. Do not be fooled by the honeyed words of the Dravarnians. The peace they promise is but a prelude to slaughter.
Care to back that up with any facts?
Remember your husbands and wives never returned from war. Your children torn apart by fang and claw. All your loved ones shown no mercy. Does not your heart cry out for vengeance? Your blood boil at the injustice? Remember the face of your enemy, brothers and sisters. Remember it, and strike back!
I knew this was gonna be messy, but really?
You there! Don't just stand around gawping! Do something, man! Stop her!
Yes, yes, my lord.
See? See here the true nature of the Highborn. With lies and deception they lead us to our doom. And dare we raise our voices in dissent? Death is our reward.
You were gonna get death either way.
This is the choice they have given us, brothers and sisters. Death by dragon's fang, or death by nobleman's command. Death to all we hold dear. I spit on your choices, noblemen! You will take no more from me! No more! No more!
No more, huh? Seems like there was one more.
What have you done? I only did as you ordered, my lord.
He has a point.
I gave no such order! I did not! I never meant for anyone to...
So, who am I gonna have to kill to get this all under control then, eh? I dare say that could not have played out any worse, given that the First Commander and Lord Artoirel are not here to take control of the situation. I spoke with a messenger who said they would be returning shortly, but until they do, naught will be done. Lord Amanalaine has retreated to the barracks and is refusing to speak to anyone. Therefore, it falls to us to ensure that order has been fully restored. Come, let us walk the streets and speak with the people. Ah! What was that? That was like one thing after another for me. What the hell? My wife and I, fell while fleeing with the others at first. The Cherugians tended to our bruises afterwards. Those mad fools have ruined everything, and for what? They were wrong to resort to violence, but when I heard her speak, her words were as a dagger in my heart. Who are we to decide that enough is enough? That their calls for justice can never be answered? Will this be the end of it, or will there be others like them and the true brothers? I do not want to bear steel against my kinsmen ever again. I do not know if I even can. I'd heard the rumors that the young lord was a drunken fool. What imbecile thought it would be a good idea to let him have the run of Falcon's Nest? Well, I say him and Sir Aymeric take their bloody change and shove it up their arses. I'll not be taken in by that rot again. You'll be sorry. Well, what say you? So the violence has passed, but the people are far from recovered. That is to be expected. For the moment it appears that no innocents were harmed by the guards. The blame for all casualties can be placed squarely upon the protesters. Nevertheless, the people will not soon forget the image of a young lordling ordering the public execution of an unarmed protester, one whose words resonated with the hearts of many. After all, who among us has not lost loved ones? Ooh, we got some cool stuff coming along. Let's see. Augmented Hellfire Blade. Not bad, not bad. Let's see. Battle Axe Guillotine. That's actually easier to see on the back. A bit ridiculous, honestly. Let's see. Hellfire Katana. Pretty cool. Don't know if it's any better than what I currently have, though. Lord Artoriel and the first commander should have returned by now. To the tavern, then. Their first order of business will be to speak with Lord Emanalain, and I somehow doubt that he has moved in Ilm since last we saw him. My apologies. I bear full responsibility for this debacle. There'll be time for that later. I, for one, am more concerned about picking up the pieces. What do we know? According to initial reports, the protest was orchestrated by the young woman whom Lord Emanalain ordered shot. She and her conspirators infiltrated Falcon's Nest posing as servants and guests. Several were taken alive, others resisted and were struck down. Still others took their own lives. Our forces suffered casualties as well. What was that weird lag? But by the grace of the Fury, no civilians were seriously injured. Still more remarkably, the ringleader yet lives, for the time being at least. The Chicherugians are doing what they can for her, but she may not live through the night. Given their impeccable timing, it is like that the convictors who drew us away from the hamlet were in league with the protesters. Accordingly, we have detained them for questioning. I'll be sworn that these villains spent as much effort plotting the failure of this peace conference as we did its success. Well, if the mood of the hamlet is any indication, theirs have been the more fruitful labors. In the wake of the protest, the people seem disillusioned. You spoke with them then? I see. Sir Aymeric placed his trust in me. It will be difficult to explain what has happened here. Remember how far we have come, First Commander. The people's faith may be shaken, but we convinced them before, and will do so again. If we can but find a means to remind them, to show them once more the promise that change holds for all, then this tragedy too shall pass into the past.
We must pray that you are right. Nevertheless, for the time being, I have no choice but to suspend the peace conference pending Sir Aymeric's final decision. Under the circumstances, I cannot leave Falcon's Nest. Will you deliver my report to the Lord Commander in my stead?
I can do that. Get up, Amanda Lane. You're going with her.
Go on without me.
I was not asking. You will answer for your actions, in person. Is that clear?
Yes, my lord. Come, Honorroyd.
Your manservant is not here. In fact, I have not seen him for some time.
Honorroyd? Honorroyd! I could have sworn he was...
That could be a problem.
Where would they be?
Wait, hold on. I may have interpreted that wrong. Nope, it was definitely up. Couldn't be up on places like this, could it? I don't think so. Yeah, this is considered too low. This is just high enough.
Is there any place inside I can go?
Nope.
Oh, right, yeah.
What's your deal? Wow, I had the name horribly wrong.
No, no. What have they done to you? Onawa! Onawa!
Is that you, my lord? You seem rather flustered.
Because of you, you imbecile! What in the seven hells happened to you?
My apologies. Some few of the guests expressed a wish to leave, and I implored them to stay. It would seem they took issue with my request.
Gods forgive me.
Personally.
If I had only been more careful with my words.
Do not blame yourself, my lord. I know. I know that you and your brother have Ishgard's best interests at heart. That poor woman. She lives in the past, clinging to the memories of the lost. But the future holds so much promise, so much joy. And you know that better than any.
Does he?
Onawa? Calm yourself. The boy will live. But it's imperative we get him inside and into the care of a Kairoujan without delay.
Kairoujan. Gotcha. They really ought to have a lot of these special words of theirs pronounced
so
sooner.
Why does it all have to fall to pieces? Don't they want to live in peace? Don't they want to be happy? We all want the same thing, and still it falls to pieces. Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Someone, anyone, tell me, what was I supposed to do?
Why was I gonna hit him?
Stop looking to others. You make your choice and you live with the consequences.
There you go. There's a choice.
What do you know about consequences? You who always know just what to say and just what to do. Your every deed is greeted with a round of applause.
And there's the consequences.
You know nothing about me. I have fought tooth and nail for the people I hold dear. Done everything in my power to save them. And I have failed. Learn to live with it. I have.
That ought to be a nice lesson for him. How you doing? I may have overreacted, but it needed to be done. He was becoming hysterical. I understand the desire to look for reasons, for excuses, to convince yourself you had no choice. But the past is the past, and there is naught to be gained from reliving your mistakes. I know this. I know this. But he... Oh, just a moment. Ooh, not quite so good. But as much as I've been liking how, like, basic and basic simplistic beauty my katanas have been, why not have one that has a bit of a dragon going down the side of it? A little bit of flame tongue. A little of whirl to the stop. Probably look really cool. It may be better than my current basic sword, but I could just buy something from the player's market. And that will be better than the Hellfire. So, taking this. Now the rest of the Hellfire stuff. We have Hellfire Claws. Augmented Slipstream Partisan. Augmented Torrent Chris. And Hellfire Shield. Ooh, I better actually take a look at that real quick. All right. I believe I bought this shield off the player's market, so let's see here.
about the same for defense-wise, but lesser in some stats. What does it look like, though? Whoa! That is kind of cool. But no. I'm not interested. Let's see, that's punch, spear. Whoa! Yeah. I keep getting all this rogue stuff, even though I say I'm not interested in continuing being a rogue. Just because I can. What the hell is... Okay. There you go. Fixed for whatever reason. Okay. Just a moment. I will be back in a minute. I figured since I was yawning, I might as well grab myself a little Mountain Dew as well. Yep, that's good. Alright, back to this. Right after I put my wristband back on. There we go. I have no desire to wait for the lordling to emerge from his puddle of self-pity. We have important matters to attend to in Ishgard. He does have a point. Mini minks. Alright, time to have an uncomfortable talk. Word of the demonstration and its resolution outstripped you. Every man, woman, and child of Ishgard has heard the tale. 'Tis rumored that my youngest's lack of judgment was to blame. Of course, such stories are prone to exaggeration. What exactly came to pass? I see. So that is the truth of it. Regardless of his intent, the result was undeniable. He has furthered the cause of these misguided few who cannot let go of the past. In an instant, a delicate peace we were poised to forge is once more beyond us. To dwell so deeply on the war and the vengeance it begets, only for that too to be taken away. Is it any wonder that they were left bereft? For what was this sacrifice? Have we naught to show for our suffering? I thought peace a sufficient salve, but mayhap I was mistaken. We are warriors, Lord Edmont, and ours is a nation built on centuries of warfare. Right or wrong, this is who we are, and we deny it at our peril. To hold on to the past without being beholden to it. Aye, we must needs find a way to honor the sacrifice of our forefathers without glorying in their excesses. A difficult path, to be sure. We dare not deny the scars which mar our nation's soul, lest we spur other disillusioned souls to retrace them. But as you say, we dare not revel in past glories either, for they are tainted all. A clear, unambiguous enemy, and an undeniably righteous cause. 'Tis a bitter reflection, but lies though they were, they did long serve to unite us. No truth will ever serve as well, I fear. Yet we are not without options. A new enemy? Ooh, I like this music. At our last meeting, a proposal was tabled by the other members of the Eorzean Alliance for joint military exercises to strengthen the ties between our nations and test our readiness to meet with a common threat. I had thought to delay these exercises until after the peace conference, but mayhap a grand melee would be just the thing to lift our beleaguered spirits. Better still, an occasion for the Temple Knights and the Watch to take the field as allies, a unified Ishgardian force filled with men and women from all walks of life, which would stand against a coalition of the allied nation's finest. Hosted by Ishgard in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment, a victory under such circumstances would serve as reaffirmation, nay, a declaration to all and sundry that we are as strong and united as ever. Such a victory would do much to fan the flames of patriotism, it is true. But if we should be defeated, though, even to hold our own against the cream of the three nations might be presented as a triumph. Very well, you may count on my support for what little it is worth.
However, I have a request. I would have my son Amana Lane take part in the grand melee. By his deeds has he brought shame upon Ishgard, and so by his deeds I would have him bring our nation honor. As you wish, my lord. If that is his desire, then it shall be so. Now then, we have no time to lose. Would you be so kind as to deliver my instructions to Lucia? I shall write to the Alliance leaders at once to begin making arrangements for the grand melee. Should you chance to see my son, pray inform him of his duty. If he has not already returned, he will soon enough, making every effort to avoid me.
Now we've got a plan.
So that is their solution, a grand melee to unite the people. And what part would they have you play in this affair, I wonder? You, whom they have taken into their confidence, upon whom they have come They have come so heavily to rely. And will you oblige them when the proposition is made? Will you stand for Ishgard once more?
Let's go with that one.
A poor choice of words, for friends tried and true then, the living and the lost. So, for this grand melee of his, Sir Aymeric wishes to field a force comprising both his Temple Knights and Hilda's Watch, yes? I can only imagine what she will have to say about that. In fact, curiosity compels me to go and see for myself.
Make sure that's all you do. I hear anything more, I will hurt you. Deeply. I'll make it so that you will need that blindfold over an eye. Well met. Have you spoken with Sir Aymeric? We're gonna make a fight! I was aware of the Alliance's request. So, Sir Aymeric would turn these exercises into a spectacle for the masses. It is not that I doubt the efficacy of such a plan. Indeed, I know its effectiveness only too well, having witnessed it firsthand, back in Garlemald. Nevertheless, he has not once given me reason to doubt his intentions, and these are desperate times indeed. I will select knights for the event forthwith. As for the watch... Did he now? How considerate of Master Thancred to seek out our young watch commander of his own volition. Alas, he acted prematurely. Pray deliver this list of watch candidates to Hilda. I would have her best men, not her most dispensable. Thancred be stupid. Oh, it's a spear. Thought it was something else. Ah, elbow, please. Calm down. Thancred's been telling me about Sir Aymeric's grand soiree. Seems we're expected to join. It's nice of him to invite us and all, but I hope he knows what he's doing, because we ain't dressed to dance with professional bleeding soldiers. Here you go. Well, well, seems the first commander's gone and handpicked her guests. Can't say I disagree with her choices, though. She's got a good eye. Will you be fighting too? Reckon it'd inspire the lads if you were. Might take their minds off getting their hides tanned and all. Think about it, eh? Hey, only if you're there. I hate to ask, but you haven't seen our favorite lordling, have you? I thought not. On the assumption that he's not to be found in his father's loving embrace, I suggest we split up and look for him. I will search Foundation and you the pillars. Yep, Crozier's my best bet. Well, if he's not up here, then he's down below. I carried an Honoroi to the manor. Our best Chirurgeons are tending to him as we speak. He has yet to awake, but surely he will. So father has volunteered me for this grand melee of theirs. My beloved family, always making my decisions for me. No, it's not like that. It's just... Oh, you wouldn't understand. How could you? You are free to be the woman you want to be, whereas I am a son of House Fortemps, don't you see? My future was determined before I was born. What I could and could not do. Right or wrong, that was the way of it, until the old order began to crumble. Now we wander amidst the rubble, searching for a purpose, for a place. Slight spit. I really do have to watch that screen, wipe the screen down one of these days. All around me, brave men and women rise to the occasion. With faith and conviction, they dedicate themselves to their cause. But not I. I was terrified of making the wrong choice, which is why I let better men make them for me. Do this, do that, take this duty, guard this conference. I suppose I had convinced myself I was above it, until your friend showed me otherwise. When I saw Honoroi, I wanted to scream. I wanted someone to blame. But in the end, there was only me. Only me. So you see, I cannot meekly bow my head and accept father's command. Such cowardice is what brought me to this point. I will go to Sir Aymeric and I will make my own decision. Finally starting to respect the man. And I can call him a man now.
Lord Commander, if I may, I wish to speak with you before the Grand Melee.
Proceed.
How do you do it, my lord? How do you lead with such certainty, when so many of our countrymen will not hear of peace with the Dravanians? Some of them hate you almost as much as the dragons themselves. They decry you as a patricide in the streets.
I killed him!
For God's sakes. Yet still you march on, undaunted, where no archbishop dared to tread. What is your secret? Where do you find the strength?
Seriously, why do they think it was Aymeric? I was the one who killed him. I killed the archbishop. I want the credit.
For centuries, our nation has been punished for the sins of our forefathers. If our punishment is to end, I believe we must right the wrongs of antiquity and move forward as a nation united. Needless to say, my father did not share this opinion. He did not believe the people strong enough to bring about their own deliverance, trusting only in himself. Tyranny seemed to him the only solution. But I have faith in the people, Lord Amanalain. I have faith that they will weather this storm and overcome every trial we set before them. Many have fought and died to see this blight upon our nation's history cleansed, and I would not let their sacrifices be in vain. Though we invite reprisals, the risk is worth the reward. I want to believe. I do. Lord Commander, through my careless orders, a pall has been cast over these proceedings, and I beg the opportunity to make amends. I, Emmanuel de Forton, do hereby request leave to take part in the Grand Melee.
Who am I to deny such a heartfelt plea? We would be honored to have you join the fray, my lord.
And maybe he'll actually distinguish himself.
You will take charge of the Ishgardian forces.
For all my other responsibilities, I am still Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and I would not soon yield this duty to another.
The esteemed Sir Emeric leading the Temple Knights and the Watch into battle along with my youngest. I could wish for no more.
Then you wish for too little, my lord. There is another who might yet join the fray. An indispensable ally to whom we owe much and more.
Well, yeah, I suppose I should have seen this coming.
An adventurer beholden to none, who nevertheless chose to champion our cause, who has shared in our suffering and in our glory, a warrior without equal, who I am privileged to call a friend. There is no one I would rather have fighting by my side.
Lucia would be angry to hear that, you know?
I ask this in full knowledge of your obligations, and will not think less of you should you refuse. But if your conscience will allow it, might you oblige me, my friend, one more time?
Sheesh, I really have become an honorary citizen, haven't I?
Together we shall give the people a spectacle for the ages, a celebration to mark the dawning of a new era.
Gonna be a big fight on a snowy night. Gods help me, I think it might be love. I dare say it might be cheating, too. Your mere presence is enough to turn the tide of most battles. Oh, I'm facing all that 3 entire nations can throw at my way. If anything, it'll be a fair fight. And did you see the way his eyes lit up when you nodded? 'Twas a look of boundless relief and joy. One would think a politician more practiced at concealing his emotions. He's not a politician. Still, his honesty does him credit. For a moment, I was fair inspired to pledge myself to the cause. But that would be improper. This is their fight, and yours, but not mine. Taking the knife. Now this is a knife. What you got for me? You got the bow, the rifle, well, the magic staff, and the book. And victory. Let me just take a quick moment. Huh. It's actually slightly better. For once. What's it look like, at least? Not bad, not bad. Yeah, I kind of like it. Sir Aymeric informs me that the Alliance leaders have agreed to his proposal. The Grand Melee will be held here, in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment, and in sight of the capital. An announcement has been made, and Allied forces are currently en route. The eyes of Ishgard are upon us. We must not fail. A rare opportunity to see you pit yourself against Allied forces, outside of Cartano, perhaps. I would not miss this for the world. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take the long way. The walkway. Because I do not want to spend so much time flying out from one of the other places. Yo, let me out. That is so weird how it runs through the air. Anyway, sorry that it has to be again so soon, but I gotta go for a bit. Could have sworn there would have been music in this area for you, but I guess not. Sorry about that. Anyway, big fight. Let's go. There she is. As I say, when you didn't appear, I began to question... nothing, never mind. To think that we are mere moments away from facing the cream of Yorzia's soldiery in battle. That I am mere... But what if... Oh, what am I saying? I have to stop imagining the worst. I must think of the victory, of the glory. There's the music. Of the stories I will tell Hororoy when he awakes. I just can't say that name right. Are you ready, old girl? Are you? By the Fury, how could I forget? Father bid me present this to you. I know it's a sudden, but we believe the men would find it inspiring if you bore the colors of House Fortomp into battle. Pray, do us this honor. Some of your gear will be glamored. Your attributes and abilities will be unaffected. Oh, all right. There they are. There's the girl. You know what the difference is between you and me? I make this look good.
Let all here present heed well the rules of engagement.
Large-scale battle in which an allied company of Ul'Dan, Gridanian, and Laminsan forces will be pitted against a company of Ishgardian forces. When a combatant is incapacitated, the opposing company will be awarded tactical points. The first company to attain the designated tactical rating of 100 points is declared the victor. During the Grand Melee, officiants may mark certain combatants with the Fury's Gaze, which will be indicated by an ethereal tether linking them to the company's flag. While defeating most combatants will award your company 1 tactical point, defeating marked combatants will award you with 10. Marked also possess enhanced attributes, rendering them more powerful and more difficult to defeat. Defending and defeating is the key to victory. Okay.
For the honor and the glory of Ishgard.
I feel like I should have changed to my machinist for this. But I've got myself a leap. I should be fine. There's Her Highness.
All is ready then. Very well. Brave men and women of the Eorzean Alliance, let the grand melee begin!
I was hoping it would be bigger than this, but beggars can't be choosers. This is quite loud. should stop this guy here. Hello, target. Yo, girl. The mongrel. Oh, that's so cool. Big opportunity for targets. That's Pippin. Better leave him be. Fight me! Looks like I can't get them to target me. You know what? On second thought, I will go for you. Let's go, Shorty! They're catching up. They had a nice lead, but now they're catching. And Pippin be back. I got you. You're in the clear, Lucia. Not currently empowering anyone. Oh, hey, just by luck. Oh, new target acquired. Carve and spit. Come on, getcha. Hey, I'm empowered now. Ah, one last bout. Oh, what's this now? Cyclops! Cyclops! Everyone on your guard! All forces, fall back! Get it in the eye. How does such a thing eat? Good hit. Continue the melee. I will deal with him. Daft sod. You heard the man. Back to it. All forces, form a line on Yuihime. Now! Oh, please. I don't need protection. Yep, just as I expected. Just his head. Looks like it's just gonna be us.
Well met. I will not lie. I was hoping it would come to this. So then, shall we dance?
No, I can't dance. Damn it all! It's fine. I'm good for him. After all, our swords match in size. We've still got the huge point lead. Come on, get back in the circle. Get back in the circle. Good boy. Boy, sure a lot of stuff is going on outside the firewall here. I don't know what that was, but it was weird. Better break his swords. That's that then. Yeah! Flame General is down. I did it!
Did she win? Then we...
Dude, just come on. I'm standing, he's kneeling. What do you think happened?
Victory is ours! Ishgard! Ishgard!
Ishgard? Ishgard, alright.
Well fought, my friend. You truly are the warrior of warriors.
Thank the Fury you were on our side.
Oh, my lungs are burning, and I can barely stand. I didn't think I could do it, but then I did. We did. We faced the Alliance's best, and together, with one heart, with one purpose, we prevailed.
I mean, I did all the heavy lifting, but sure.
After 1,000 years of hardship, of strife and bloodshed, we are strong enough to rise to any challenge, be it on the battlefield or beyond.
Speaking of, how's Thancred doing with that Cyclops?
The future holds so much promise, so much joy. We need only show them the way.
Truly magnificent display, Sir Knight. While doubtless less than pleased, I am quite sure the Grand Companies are honored to have been bested by such valiant warriors.
And me. Don't forget me.
The honor was ours, Your Grace.
I am pleased to see that Ishgard's proud martial tradition is being upheld. When the time comes, I trust you will fight alongside your brothers and sisters in the Eorzean Alliance with the same fervor you displayed in opposing them. I note that our friend elected to take the field in Ishgardian colors.
Yeah, they needed the help.
At my behest, Your Grace. If we have given offense, the blame lies with me.
Fear not, Sir Knight. It was a surprise, nothing more. And any hint of ill feeling was thoroughly dispelled by the spectacle of our mutual friend's duel with General Raubarn.
Yeah, I'm sure he had fun with it.
On the subject of surprises, I could not help but marvel at the passion and unity of purpose displayed by your countrymen, given the troubling reports we have received of late.
I shall take that as a compliment, Your Grace. The events to which you allude are the price of change. The end of the Dragonsong War marks the beginning of a new era for our nation, and for the people, high and lowborn alike, who will lead her into the future.
Ah, yes. The people. Change is indeed a perilous thing, for we who seek it, and they who fear it. I shall pray for Ishgard, and for you.
Well, that made for a refreshing change. Congratulations on your victory, by the way.
Right, okay, I guess looks like you're fine and you killed it. Well done.
Ishgardians certainly seem happy with themselves. I, for my part, am merely glad you did not strain anything in the process of single-handedly winning the battle for them.
Oh, thank you for correctly acknowledging my achievement here. Was that Cyclops harder on you than you thought?
Tis but a scratch, I assure you, and I will not suffer you to worry over me. Not when we have a dozen far more important concerns.
That's lowballing it.
Make that 2 dozen.
Now that's accurate.
As Y'shtola never tires of telling me, we can but face them head-on, one at a time. One day at a time. As Minfilia would have done.
You need a shave and a haircut, my man. Come on. For her. Make yourself look presentable. Oh, yep, there's the Cyclops. Dead.
Those balls! I had forgotten what it was like to feel so alive. Not since leaving the Blood Sands have I had the privilege. Not since the Bull of Alamigo hung up his swords. Back then, the outcome might have been different. When you had 2 arms, yeah? But I do not begrudge you your victory. I know how far you have come, how much you have endured. Our fight only confirmed it. We shall have to do this again one day when time allows. I shall look forward to it. Now go. Go to the Ishgardians and celebrate your victory. You have earned it. Come, Pippin. Her Grace is expecting us.
Lead on, father.
Said your goodbyes? In all the years I've known Raban, I cannot recall ever seeing him look so happy in defeat. Well, everything seems to be falling into Sting. Seems to be falling into place, does it not? The Ishgardians have claimed their symbolic victory, and the Eorzean alliance has been strengthened in the process. Be proud. You made this happen. Taking the gun. Emote victory. Ah, victory. Whoopsies. A little too eager for that. Okay, let's see. Where would it go? Where did it go? There it is. Yeah. Let me just dispel the glamour on that. Back to Dark Knight. Gotta see about getting some of my stuff fixed up. Hailstorm Cane. Hailstorm Codex. Hailstorm Astrometer. Hailstone Rapier. Ooh. We have done it. Nay, you have done it. Yes, I did. You have brought us the victory we so desperately needed. There is naught left but to return to the capital. Come, let us see what reception awaits us. Hate to watch her leave, but will love to watch her go.
My lord!
Honorwa, my boy. Shouldn't you be in bed?
Thank you for your concern, my lord. But I have largely recovered from my ordeal. And I have naught but several scars to show for it.
Like that one there on your
which
forehead.
I have been told some women may find appealing.
How old are you?
I see. And to think I was worried sick of you.
I'm not sure I understand, my lord.
Well, let's put that theory to the proof, shall we?
My lord?
'Twould seem that a great many things have occurred in my absence. I thought I might begin to make amends by welcoming you in person.
The messengers spared not their chocobos to bring us word of your victory in the grand melee. I cannot well describe our elation when we heard the news.
Great. How are the regular citizens taking it?
It called to mind the day we rejoined the Eorzean alliance, and I glimpsed hope rekindled in the eyes of the people.
The Fury herself ushers us into a new era. Sir Emmerich, the time is now.
Aye, that it is. Reconvene the conference and summon Vidofnir to Falcon's Nest. We will make peace with Hraesvelga's brood and hasten this bloody war to its end.
Yes, Lord Commander.
I will send word to Artoirel and bid him resume preparations. Emanuele, you will place yourself at your brother's disposal. He will be glad of your assistance.
Same old for him still. At the very least, he feels like he participated. Of his own free will. John Stuart Mill, of his own free will, on a half a pint of shanty was particularly ill.
No stopping it now, is there? We should inform your Stola and the others.
My dear friend, I doubt I will ever be able to thank you enough. But when the conference is successfully concluded, I damn well mean to try.
They say you dueled General Raban within a ring of flames. I did not think the man so ostentatious. Would that I could have seen it. After we parted ways in Matoya's cave, I returned here to speak with Tataru. We agreed to tell the others only that our search for Menphilia had reached an impasse. I subsequently learned that you had left for Falcon's Nest, but I thought it best to keep to myself for a time. I am wont to rely on you overmuch when we are together, and I needed to think, to reflect. I still do, I suspect, but matters here seem to be coming to a head. In short, there are some things I feel I must say, though nothing so urgent that it cannot wait until after the conference. So let us make for Falcon's Nest and see if Lord Artoirel has need of our assistance. Whew, what is with my shoulder? Well met, Mistress Thane, and thank you for looking after my brother. They say he fought bravely, that he did not dishonor his house. But you, my lady, to you we owe you everything. As you can see, we have made every effort to strike while the iron is hot. We made our intentions known, and that all would be welcome to attend. And so they came. By the grace of the Fury, they came. The ceremony will not be a lengthy affair, but there is still much to be done. I would speak with you more, but I must see to my duties. As for you and Master Alphanod, you will do naught but enjoy yourself. Is that clear? If any dare beg your assistance again, I will have words. Ha! Alright, you heard him. We do nothing. Well, there you have it. We have been forbidden from meddling. Shall we wait, or have you other matters to attend to before the ceremony begins? I can wait. Excellent. I only hope Thancred and the others will not be late. Epochal events do not come around very often. Around me they do. Almost constant, really. It's not exactly in the best position. It's kind of hard to see the bottom of it, based on where you're standing.
The appointed hour approaches.
Aye.
Yep, important to have her watch.
She begged leave to watch the proceedings. I saw no reason not to grant it.
Oh, she wanted to watch? That's surprising.
Should I choose to deviate from my prepared remarks,
I ask that you trust in my judgment.
Have I ever done otherwise?
Ah, how long it hath been since our peoples met thus, children of Thordan, even by our reckoning.
Vidofnir, daughter of Hraesvelga, we give thanks for your visit, and bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest.
Our sire bade us hearken unto the whispers of our hearts. They spoke to us of a paradise lost, of bonds of brotherhood which they yearn to see restored.
Ours too yearn for such a restoration, and they have guided us here this day, that they might yearn no longer.
Big time.
Brothers and sisters, ye who stand as witness, hearken to me. Since the days of Eld, when the bonds betwixt man and dragon were sundered by our hand, our peoples have known only war. Bloodshed without end, losses beyond counting, and still we fought. And still we fought.
What? Couldn't hear that last part.
Some wounds do not heal. The dead cannot be returned to us. But we, the living, can yet choose another course. Here and now, we can lay down this burden, this hatred, this vengeance. Our forebears fought not so that we could die, but that we might live. So let us honor their sacrifice and spare our children this death sentence. Let us gift them a new legacy. Life.
Betwixt our peoples yawneth a divide deeper than the deepest abyss.
That's pretty deep.
Wider than the widest sea.
That's pretty wide.
Generations will live and die ere this divide is bridged. Knowing this, doth thy heart yet yearn for peace, son of Thordan?
Look now on the legacy we would leave to our children. A dream of peace, inscribed in stone for generations to come.
Even shocking the dragon. Aww. That is nice.
Father and his beloved, as they were so long ago, happy and at peace. The dream they shared shall be ours once more.
I knew he was gonna come. I suppose he let him have his body back, or just use this body to make it easier. Oh no!
Ugh. I guess this was easier for him to infiltrate with, to be like in Istidion's form.
Child of Dravania, art thou grown so forgetful that thou wouldst forsake kith and kin and consort with the spawn of Thornton? That thou wouldst dare contemplate peace?
I feel like they could have done a little bit better with the voice work there. Voice mixing, that's it.
Hearken unto me, all of you! The final chorus is nigh, and all will be held to account. All will bathe in the flames of retribution. Till the coming of that day, look you on your sins and despair, for none shall escape my wrath. None shall escape my revenge!
Seven hells.
Yep.
Damn you, Nidhogg.
Why are his wings like three-parted?
Hells, take that worm! While he lives, we'll never know peace.
Aye! There'll be no end to this war till Nidhogg is dead and gone!
So let's kill the bastard and be done with it. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Ah, finally, they're united over something.
Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Death to Nidhogg!
Biggest obstacle now. There they go, the last of the guests. Having come hither with hope in their hearts, they depart with hatred and bloodlust. Until the moment I saw him strike, I still held some small hope that what you had seen in Aziz's Law was an illusion, perhaps. But he acted without hesitation, as did Sir Aymeric. For a mercy, Vidofnir's wound was not mortal, or so Lucia tells me. The dragon was spirited away to Annick's shrine to receive care from her brethren. We can but hope her recovery is swift. Whew, that was close. But such was surely Nidhogg's intent, to deliver a proclamation not only to the children of Thornton, but to his kindred. War is coming, and ye who do not stand with us, stand apart. She was an example, a message to her brood, another instrument of his vengeance, like Estinian. Taking the rapier.
Let's see, what do we got here? Hellfire armor of fending, slipstream armor of maiming, hellfire armor of striking, torrent attire of scouting. Battle stance. When I said I wished to speak with you after the conference, I confess I envisioned rather happier circumstances. If anything, however, this latest tragedy makes the need more pressing. There are things I must say, not to the Warrior of Light or even my fellow Scion, but to you, my friend. But not here, no. Ah, but of course, the intercessory in Camp Dragonhead is still open to us. Let us go there. Do we have to? Why not here? I need to find a fixer real quick. There we are, repairs. Repair all. Mm-hmm.
Forgive me. That took longer than expected.
It really shouldn't have taken you any time at all, because we shouldn't be here. We should be talking elsewhere. And I'm sorry, but I'm just not ready to drink anything again.
Oh, these. I thought something warming might not go amiss.
Yeah, the last time I drank something from someone else's hand, I got knocked the F out, okay?
It was not all that long ago that we sat here, you and I, in our very own falling snows, as Lord Horshfong called it.
Isn't tight.
I still struggle to believe he is gone. And Azelle, too. I had such hopes for her.
So did I.
Master Matoya asked me what it was all for. Why we fight. And why we die. Were I still commander of the Braves, I would doubtless have replied, for the future of Eorzea. But I'm not that man. Not anymore.
You'll always be a boy to me. Boy.
I needed a new answer. One that I could live with. And when I saw Estinian at the ceremony, I knew at last what it was. I do not want to be a man who sacrifices his friends and family for a cause. I want to fight for Estinian, and I want to save him. When Nidhogg leads the Horde into battle, Ser Emeric and his forces will do what they believe must be done. That is their choice to make. Yet even if Ser Emeric is willing to forsake Estinian, I am not. We must fight for him, for he is our friend and ally. We may struggle, we may fail, but we must try.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, we'll pull him out of there.
We will. I know we will.
Is that it? Are we done here? Thank you. It is unfair of me to unburden myself in this manner time after time, but I am glad that you permit me nonetheless. You are my true friend and ally. Though not all of our fellow Scions will support our stance on Estinian, I have faith that we will win them over in due course. Such is the infectious power of hope. Right, that is quite enough solemn introspection for one night. I think we would both benefit from some time in the company of Tataru. She stays for us at Fortemps Manor. Let's not keep her waiting any longer. Yeah, she just can't leave that place or the bar, can she? Boop. Just cut off part way. It's funny to me. Yet again we walk an all too familiar path. I am reminded of when we first came to this manor. Lost and uncertain, we were granted succor in our hour of need. We were saved, and now it is our turn to return the favor. Hear, hear! Let no one say that the Scions do not repay their debts. After all, what kind of people would we be if we forsook our friends? If we stopped... Oops, missed that. Though she knew it would cost her dearly, Minfilia reached out to us to deliver a message. She believed it was imperative that we understand the true nature of this star, of the rift between Zodiac and Hydaelyn, and of the Ascians' aspirations. But for all that has been revealed, I cannot shake the suspicion that there is much we have yet to learn. In any event, I think it time we step back from the fray and carefully consider our next course of action. It will not be easy to turn this tragedy to triumph, but we will find a way. We will. We will. Oh, if I must, I'll take the ninja stuff. I ain't popping it open it now, though. Popping it open it the bear.
Of all the ways for it to end. Even before his transformation, I could feel the worm's hatred swirling about Estinian. The terrible, all-consuming rage. Enough to fuel a 1000-year quest for vengeance. It was all I could do not to run away screaming. But Ishgardians, nay, all Eorzeans, are made of sterner stuff. They face danger and death on a daily basis, and understand what it takes to win a war.
You make this place sound like Pandora.
Master Matoya's words. Her intent was but to steal our resolve. That, and to remind us to look beyond these passing conflicts to trials greater still. To the truth which hides at the heart of this world.
That there are technically only 999 lums.
So that's your aim, is it?
You disapprove?
Not at all. I believe it's traditional for the student to follow in the footsteps of the master. And you are so very alike.
I think Y'shtola finds that a little worrying. And what do you plan on doing, Mr. Darkness?
Change. That great inexorable wave was upon us, and soon all of Ishgard would bend to its will. For all our sins, for all our scars, the future for which we had long yearned was at last within our grasp. But it would be bought at a heavy price. For in those twilight hours, did Nidhogg cry out for vengeance, and his brethren raise their voices for the final chorus of the Dragon Song War.
From the Memoirs of Count Edmond de Fortin, Heavensward, The Gears of Change.
Caution, Ida, that is all I ask. Do not be so eager to place your faith in them, not until we know more.
What's this now? First gear. Oh, primal accessories of casting. I forgot about that. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that alone as well. There was something I wanted to look at with in regard to my classes. Something. What was it? I lost the thread. I can't remember anymore. Hate it when that happens. Absolutely hate it. Maybe it'll come to me if I look at something else. Tombstones, not quite worried about yet. Maybe I was just thinking about next week's schedule. I can't remember anymore. Let's see, we got Torrent Attire of Aiming Coffer, Hailstorm Attire of Healing, and Hailstorm Attire of Casting. Ah, Mistress Thane, it is well that you are here. You are wanted within. I believe Master Alphanod wishes a word with you. Let me in. Ah, there you are. Have you a moment? There is something I would fain discuss. I must ask you to recall the events which unfolded at the peace conference, though I dare say you would sooner forget them. Nah, better to remember. My mind returns again and again to the moment when Nidhogg appeared before the crowd in the guise of a Stynian. It was a sight to chill the soul, but one which gave me reason to hope that our friend might not be beyond salvation. When you described his fateful transformation in Aziz's Law, I feared him lost forever, but the mere fact that some semblance of his former self endures must surely count for something. Alas, I have no evidence to support this impression. Thus did I turn to Y'shtola and Krile for a more empirical appraisal, and full glad I am that I did, or it would seem they have some observations of their own to share. The ladies have saved us a table at the Forgotten Night. Shall we go? Excellent. Let us not keep our honored colleagues waiting. Onion roll.
Interesting.
We have kept you waiting over long, I fear.
What's with this music?
Not to worry, Alphino. We had some rather fine mulled wine to keep us company. Truth be told, you could have delayed your arrival a few moments more.
Why, was something about to happen?
Gibrion got the spicing just right this time. His latest batch is not only delicious and warming, but soothing to the humours.
Huh?
Indeed. But 'twas not to soothe our humours that we gathered here.
Oh no, quite right. The matter of that poor dragoon.
You have discovered something. A means to save him?
Let us not jump to conclusions, shall we? Assess the facts presented, then make an educated analysis, as you were taught.
He's just very eager.
Pray, cast your mind back to the moment of Estinian's transformation. Do you recall how you described it to us?
Like he was in pain and suffering.
You spoke of the sudden pangs which racked his body when he took up both of Nidhogg's eyes, and of how his form was twisted thereafter into a shadowy semblance of the Great Worm.
When he appeared at Falcon's Nest, the worm's eyes were fused to his mail.
And they moved, which was the really disgusting part.
His armor had been corrupted. Snaking forth from the eyes, I descried dark tendrils which entangled his very being. His ether has been all but smothered.
Smothered, but not destroyed.
Then he is lost to us forever?
Did you not just hear me?
What did I just say about jumping to conclusions? Y'shtola clearly stated all but smothered. As I later discovered, her impression matched my own. Though Nidhogg's presence filled my mind's eye, beneath his seething aura, I sensed the merest hint of something else. And after listening to Y'shtola's observations, I became more certain of my suspicion that the something else I had sensed was, in fact, the trace of a different will, submerged in the sea of Nidhogg's rage.
You mean?
Yes, 'tis like that Estinian spirit yet lingers.
Can we not wrest him from Nidhogg's grasp, then? Tear the eyes from the armor?
We know not if that would serve to separate Worm's soul from man's. None have ever attempted such a feat.
I'll grab a melon baller. We can give it a shot later.
Should it offer even the faintest hope of success, then by the gods, I shall be the first to try.
Alphino. By all means, hold fast to your hope, but be mindful of the dangers.
Yeah, clearly I'm gonna have to be the one that does it.
Even should you succeed in excising the eyes from the dragoon's mail, we have no way of knowing if your friend's soul would survive so violent a separation. And that is to say nothing of the possibility that his would-be savior might become Nidhogg's next host.
But what other choice remains to us? Should the opportunity present itself, I will tear those foul orbs from Estinian's armor and trust in the resilience of his soul, even at the risk of mine own.
And then we'd be back to square one.
Ah, I found you at last. A messenger of the Temple Knights came to the manor some few hours past. The Lord Commander humbly requests the company of the Warrior of Light and Master Alphino.
Sir Emmerich would speak with us. Very well, thank you, Anawa.
Anawa. Sounds like one of the Bionicle names.
'Twould seem duty calls. Pray see to yours, and we shall return to ours.
Thank you, Y'shtola.
The Toa Metru of
Your
Stone,
words
specifically.
have given me hope where there was none. Come then, Sir Emmerich awaits.
Alphino is allowing his feelings for this dragoon to cloud his thoughts. I worry he may do something rash. Keep an eye on him, would you?
I'll punch him if I have to. Been a while.
They think more of their friends' deliverance than their foes' defeat. But will history commend their fealty or condemn their folly?
Been a while, baby dragon.
The conference held at Falcon's Nest was to be a celebration of the reconciliation twixt man and dragon. But the lingering shade of Nidhogg, clad in the flesh of the Azure Dragoon, did mark the occasion by spilling the blood of his own kind. A timely atrocity to remind the children of Ishgard that the Dragonsong War was far from over. And when fear gave way to fury, the call to arms rang out anew. Death to Nidhogg. Death to Nidhogg.
Those look like some very dangerous icicles. What news has Sir Aymeric to share with us, I wonder? Casting? Well, no. Maybe? I don't think it'll be any better than my Idleshire stuff. So I'll leave it be for now. Might Sir Aymeric perchance have received word of a Dravanian advance? Or mayhap they have located that is to say, mayhap Nidhogg has been found. Come, I would hear what the Lord Commander has to say.
My friends, I thank you for coming.
You have had news of Nidhogg?
Alas not. Our scouts range far and wide, but they have as yet found no trace of the Great Worm.
We dispatched an elite unit of dragoons to reconnoiter the churning mists, but even they returned empty-handed.
A pity.
Fear not, Alphino. We shall see the worm again soon enough. His words at Falcon's Nest attest to that.
Yeah, it sucks that we have to wait for him, though.
Indeed, he is like to come sooner than we would wish.
I assume Ishgard's defenses are being bolstered as we speak?
With all haste. I mean to call upon every able-bodied warrior at our disposal, from the Knights of the Four Houses to the men and women of the Watch. But I did not summon you to discuss strategy.
What then would you have of us, my lord?
I will speak plain. Now that Nidhogg is possessed of both of his eyes, no mortal force we can muster will repel him. That being the case, we must needs recruit an ally of equal strength.
In other words, me!
You speak of Hraesvelgr?
I do. To whom else could we turn?
Me!
That he is Nidhogg's equal, I do not deny. Nor can I name another.
Me!
But convincing the reclusive creature to do battle with his own brood brother will be... How shall I put this?
Difficult to impossible?
It will be no small undertaking, yes. Estinian's report was most particular about Hraesvelgr's unwillingness to involve himself in the affairs.
Hail Caesar.
But much has changed since your visit to Somal. And if there is even a chance that the dragon may be swayed, I must plead our case. Whatever price the dragon asks of me, I shall pay it.
Not tired, really.
Such was my oath, to defend the people of Ishgard. Come what may, my friends, the battle with Nidhogg will mark the end of my tenure as the acting head of church and state. Will you help me discharge this final duty?
Sure, why not?
We will, my lord. Though I fear our involvement offers no guarantee of success. Come then. We will depart at your leisure.
Thank you. Both of you. The city is yours, First Commander.
My lord, we shall pray for your swift return.
It grieves me to impose upon you in this manner, but you of all people understand the threat we now face. It is no imposition, Sir Aymeric. To you, Hime and I, Ishgard is as a second home. Yep, the winter home. After the many battles we have fought and the bonds we have forged, the plight of your nation has become our own. If there is aught we can do to aid in its salvation, then pray, impose all you must. You are true friends. Shall we be about our task then? We have no way of knowing when Nidhogg's shade will strike, but we must assume that time is not our ally. Indeed. With that in mind, I have taken the liberty of dispatching a messenger to inform Mistress Tataru that you will be escorting me to Som All. I confess I did not provide the exact details of our destination, as they were as yet unknown to me. We will summon Hraesvelgar at Zenith in the churning mists. Ere we begin our ascent, however, I think it best we pay a visit to Annexed Shrine. You seek an advantage in the coming negotiations? I do. I would consult with Vidofnir. I propose this in part out of concern for her condition. Were she to succumb to her wounds, it would have grave consequences for our alliance. That apart, she may be able to provide insight into her sire's current state of mind. Well reasoned. To the Dravanian Forelands, then. Always to Annexed Shrine. What the? Okay. What are you doing? What was with that lag? How are you doing? Ah, 'tis the warrior of warriors and her companions. What bringeth you to mine abode? Pray, forgive us for disturbing your recuperation, Vidofnir. I hope your wound does not pain you overmuch. Didst thou imagine me close to death? The thrust was deep, but not mortal. I will heal in time. Full glad am I to hear it. You were the guest of honor at our conference, and we failed in our duty of protection. On behalf of Ishgard, I apologize unreservedly. I am a dragon full grown, and thou thought to protect me, mortal? I was tempered by the fires of battle ere thy great-grandsire learned to crawl.
Thy words do remind me of a knight whom I called friend some 1,000 years past. He swore to defend me from harm and hardship. Would that we could return to that era of peace where men and dragon knew such comradeship. Would that our every effort to do so were not undone by ancient rancor. For a truth, there can be no peace while Nidhogg's shade yet lingereth. Ugh. That much is plain, yet we lack the strength to banish him. Thus do we make for some all to beseech the aid of your sire once more. Folly. Thou knowest as well as I how he will answer. Hraelsvigar's heart remains unchanged then. A pity. But if it is the folly to hope, I am content to die a fool. As hath ever been the way of thy kind. Go then, but be warned. The Shade's presence hath driven its minions to frenzy. Thank you, Vidofnir. We shall disturb your rest no longer. Food items. Spiced cider, apple strudel, lochtan steak, boscaiola, pepperoncino, my mistake. I'll take that. I thought I just heard a beep or something. Must be my ears acting up. Though I expected no better answer from Vidofnir, I take little pleasure from having been proven right. 'Twould seem that our presence at Zenith will be every bit as unwelcome as I had anticipated. But what is the ire of one great worm to a trio of self-confessed fools such as ourselves? Let us begin our ascent. After you, Master Alphanod. Scout ahead if you wish. We shall join you outside Mogholm. Oh, not the Moogles again! No Moogles! No Moogles! What's this guy about? Tricks and stones. Acquired class job, Disciple of the Hand. Is it a monk thing? Probably a monk thing. I had heard tales of the world above the clouds, but never did I dream. One's mind paints a pale picture of its majesty. Few live to see such wonders. I am reminded of my first visit to this peak, when Estinian and Ysael yet walked at our side. Ah, for fuck's sake! Goddamn Moogles! Is that you? Off. It isn't Don't tell me you've forgotten my name after all we've been through together. You Moogles all look the same. But at least you remember me. You do remember me, don't you? Yes, they do all look the same to me. I see. I suppose our time around the campfire meant less to you than I thought it did. It's Moghand, by the way. Moogles crying. Now that's food for the soul. But putting our shared history to one side, what brings you and your friends to Mogholm? Ah, another audience with old Hraelsvigar.
Well, I hope you've brought the horn. With the winds as gentle as they are, a good loud toot should reach the great worm's ears easily enough. That is good to hear, Markan. Thank you. We had best press on to Zenith while the winds are in our favor. Now that was unexpected. Chieftain Moglin will want to hear about this. You wretched creature! Disgusting. Yes. I don't think I've flown Sheila over these, a lot. It's mostly the Mana Cutter. I feel like I ought to improve the draw distance or something. Apparently, I'm a really good horn player. Hello again! You dare summon me again, mortals?
Great Racevelga, 'tis not lightly that we beg this audience. Pray hearken to our words, for they concern the future of man and dragon both.
Greetings, Racevelga. I am Emmerich de Burrell, acting ruler of the nation of Ishgard. I am come before you to parley on behalf of my people.
To parley? Thinkest thou thy purpose unclear to me? Thou art come to beg mine aid in the battle against the shade of my brood brother.
He hears everything, apparently.
You foresaw mine intent.
I but read what is that which is writ plain in thine eyes. Would that thou had wit enough to scry the answer in mine. My beloved Shiva did once build a bridge twixt man and dragon, a bridge which thy treacherous forefathers saw fit to tear down, as thou well knowest. Thinkest thou Nidhogg was alone in despairing at the murder of our brood sister? Thinkest thou mine own soul did not cry out for vengeance? Know then that upon that accursed day, my heart did wither in my breast, and thy kind did become unto me the harbingers of despair.
Whoops. My cursor was too far out of the game.
'Tis only Shiva's gentle dream that preventeth me from flying at Nidhogg's shoulder. Be grateful that I swore to abjure aggression ere I consumed her. I permit my children to offer or deny thee aid as they see fit. to warn thy people of my brood brother's coming, that thou wouldst dare ask more of me, but affirmeth thine incurable arrogance.
We understand that in your despair at man's betrayal, you seek only the refuge of solitude. But despite your protestations of spent faith, do you not still nurture the smallest flame of hope?
Perceivest thou such light in the dusk of mine existence?
I do. If you claim I see falsely, then tell me, why did you consent to bear Azel upon your back?
Azel, piteous, deluded Azel. The child did lament her past sins and sought to balance the scales with her remaining days. 'Twas her unquenchable passion, so alike to that of my beloved, which did spur me into flight. And for mine own part, I would countenance no longer the hands of evil men to use my brood brother's eye for ill.
So you do distinguish between those who acknowledge and repent their sins and those who perpetuate them. Interesting.
Ha!
It seems to me that you have not, in fact, lost faith in mankind as a whole. Rather, you weigh our respective merits by how we allow the past to influence our future.
Spare me thine idle sophistry. Even were there a mote of truth in thine reasoning, what of it? Wouldst thou have me slay mine own sibling to save a city of mortals?
I mean, you know he won't stop at a city.
Should we suffer ties of blood to bind our hands, then? Nay, if the crime is one of unconscionable evil, we must needs condemn it, even should the transgressor be our closest kin. When my father corrupted himself and his followers with the power of a primal, I beseeched the warrior of light to slay him, an act alike to patricide.
Yeah, but remember, it's still me that killed him.
That he did not die by my hand matters little. If anything, it heaps greater disgrace upon my name. But had my father not fallen, he would have drawn countless thousands into a holy war of hellish proportions, which I hold the greater crime. Thus did I order his execution, sparing the lives of my people and yours. Alas, your brother Worm now prepares to murder those whom I sought to spare. What is more, he has taken my comrade's body for his own. But if I must slay my dearest friend to defeat my direst foe, I will not flinch from my duty.
Thou wouldst strike down thy friend, and by example of thy righteousness persuade me to break mine oath and kill my kindred?
About time you speak up.
Heed me, my child. The servants of Hydaelyn envision a different outcome. They intend salvation not only for Ishgard, but for the doomed dragon slayer as well. Believest thou this shade to be Nidhogg returned? Is it not merely a manifestation of his vengeance, the shadow cast by thy brood brother's rage? I would not command thee, but ponder well thy course, lest it lead thee unto greater remorse. Nidhogg's transformation into rage incarnate is, in part, of mine own doing. I rendered unto him mine eye, and empowered his revenge thereby. but 'tis the purity of my brood brother's wrath that lendeth him his all-surpassing might. Hast thou the strength of will to stand against so terrible a shadow, I wonder? 'Twould seem I must put thee and thy companions to the proof. I shall await thee in the ruins wherein Ratatoskr once dwelled. Heed well the words of my children, and hasten thee to the place of thy trial. Sounds like another duty. He's really got to have those other wings do something. They don't look like they do much of anything. Stupid Moogle. I believe I spied a wyvern landing just outside the palace. It is doubtless one of the children of whom Hraesvelgar spoke. Come, my friends, let us not keep our escort waiting. My broodmates and I will bear you to the place of your trial. Make your preparations. Sor Kai. 6 minutes. I don't mind doing it. I am tank after all. It will be quick to find a group. I just noticed that these things have claws a bit like raptors. That's cool. I like that. We need more creature, like predatory creatures to have raptor claws. Thought I saw me in the reflection of this. Yep, there I am. Hail Sneezer. Oh, 8 minutes? That's very surprising. What other less healers out and about tonight? I wonder. Oh, right. That's let's see, emotes. Battle stance. I know I got it. There it is. There we go. That's cool. You are going in my favorites. You know what? I'll keep you too.
3 of the 8 minutes. Now it's 11? What is going on here? I'm tank. Shouldn't be waiting this long. On my shoulders, he's kicking her little feet. Looks like it was just those pants that I got. Five minutes, come on. It's silence like this. It really lets the bad thoughts in. Lets them just run amok. And have a lot of weight to them. Got ethers, potions. Here's the steam staff. There's the peperoncino. Looks like I missed one. Now it's lowered to 6 minutes, but I'm over that? What the hell?
I don't even know what the time is anymore. Sworn this would have been quicker. Really could have. That's a strange bit of lag. And now it's jumped up to 9 minutes, and then still past 9 minutes, though. No healers, no DPS, just me. As it always seems to be. (11/9). I thought these later times were when there were supposed to be a lot of players. Or at least it seems that way from the other FF14 streamers. "12 minutes, and we're past 12 minutes. Why bother having a title? hotbar, huh? I didn't know these actually provided effects, or is this some sort of weird battle thing? Yeah, this looks like some strange battle thing. Forget it. Yep. Not that to be described that way. Product of Matoya's mind-altering magics, this particular familiar served the mistress for about 50 summers before becoming struck with a sense of wanderlust following several fetch quests into the wild. Matoya allowed it to accompany you on your journey. So it's an actual frog and not a toy. Cute. Constructed by Ironworks handyman Wedge solely of parts retrieved from a deactivated Aziz Law guidance node, this refurbished machina retains none of the guidance capabilities present in the original. After witnessing the horrors experienced by his former master, Captain Madison, this once outspoken Oppo has gone silent, opening its beak only when offered a handful of sardines. At first dismissed as a quaint oddity, it has recently been discovered that the Illuminati use this fully functional replica of the primal Alexander to educate young goblins in the fields of metallurgy and engineering. Once stepped upon, slime can be nigh on impossible to remove from the soles of boots, making the shapeless creatures a nuisance to those who mine the mountains in which slimes reside. The Encyclopedia Eorzea recommends a squeeze of sun lemon to loosen their stony grip. Hab, loneliest zombie in the realm, is certain that this cactuar cutting was taken from his trusty companion, Sabotendric. If not, then most positively Sabotendred. What he does not know is that it is, in fact, from the oft-forgotten Sabotendale. "15 minutes, 16 and a half. Thought this was supposed to be fast. Majestic and forgotten, its existence unrecorded in the annals of man, a palace rests atop the clouds in the farthest reaches of the churning mists. This skyborn splendor was once home to Ratatoskr, brood sister of Hraelsvigar and Nidhogg, until the treachery of mortals ensured that its stones would never again ring under the she-worm's talons. The dragons named it Sor Kai, a grieving apology for their failure to avert her fate, and they watched with infinite sadness as Ratatusker's empty roost was overrun by bird and beast. This is the place Hraelsvigar has chosen for your trial. Prove yourself in the faded shadow of one sibling, and convince the great worm to aid you against the wrathful shade of the other. Starting to think about just giving it up. And more things than just the duty. Finally. Off we go. I suppose they have their own things to deal with, aside from mine. If you say it weirdly, Sor Kai kinda does sound like sorry. You moron. Yikes! I did not expect that. That is quite the face. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, great. We got someone who wants to draw in more than I'm comfortable with. Wonderful. Next time they pull that shit, I'm letting it kill them. Actually, I think it's doing that right now. Time to make some more boxes look freaky. Do they really not start moving until a certain health threshold or something? It's just weird. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's the Dragoon that's doing it. What the fuck? You know what? Fine. My name is ridiculous? Not in the slightest, you stupid puffball.
You and your squeaky toys don't hurt me in the slightest. Please, there's nothing bad about you, except for what's regularly bad about Moogles. What's this thing? Saw something about Moggle Cane or something? Stupid thing. That's quite a jump. So we're starting with 3. Oh, it's the fucking healer who's doing it. In that case, you have fun with it. These are some very windy chicks. Got a real dumbass of a healer. Well, shit. Unfortunately, it aggroed to me because of Salted Earth. Oh, never mind. They lost it. What just appeared up there? Oh. I don't like the look of this arena. But if I have to kill a Pegasus, I'll do it. Hey, I cleared a... Oh. It's, electric. Uh-oh. Hawk Hirage. What? Oh, right. This isn't exactly a dragon-affiliated area. Or at least it's a formerly dragon-affiliated area. Okay, next time, be further away from that. Like that way. Jesus Christ, it's still there? Blood, damn it. Better be killing this thing soon. My vulnerability is up too high. And there we go. I know one thing, if the healer's sticking around, they're definitely not getting a recommendation. I'll give it to the archer. If they still stick around. Sorry, did he say he was going to try something? Yep, I will try thy limits. Okay. Thought he was going to do something personal. Holy wyverns, eh? What makes them holy? Maybe I should get out of that spot. Yep. Looks like that's where Harisvagar is doing stuff. Icy thing. Oh, never mind. There's someone else. Again. thought they were moving away because it was about to do something. It's quite a launch. Yeah, well, prepare to be surprised, big guy. Uh-oh, I don't like the look of this. This makes me very worried. Starting to make me wish I was machinist. Yeah, the archers got it nice and easy. Oh, its hitbox is big enough for to span the gap between them. Oh, that's handy to know. Ouch. I'm seeing some ice balls floating around, but they don't come up as targets. Uh-oh. Getting out. Okay, they're moving between platforms. Uh-oh, I don't like the look of that. No siree. Alright, that was probably supposed to hurt, but didn't seem to. Fine with me. And done. So what do you think now, huh? Yeah, I'm not giving him the commendation. He was just as much at fault as the healer.
Even bereft of an eye, my brood brother was a fearsome foe indeed. But having tasted thy strength firsthand, I do begin to see how thou didst bring him low. Hydaelyn chooseth her servants well. Very well. I shall trust in the seed of man one last time. By thy deed shall the flickering hope that lingereth yet within my heart be kindled anew, or extinguished forever.
Your trial is ended as well, then?
Yeah, and what a trial that healer made it.
Mine was brutal beyond reckoning. Vedfalnir seems ill-acquainted with the notion of mock battles.
That you yet stand is ready proof of your determination, mortals. Let us fight as allies then, and together banish my brood brother's vengeful shade. On my oath, the wrath that once was Nidhogg shall meet its end. This I swear on the memory of my beloved Shiva, on the soul of lost Ysael.
Oh, my poor ribs. Hilsvigar saw fit to pair me with Vidofnir, but her ferocity was such that I began to wonder if I hadn't simply imagined her injury. Yet my trial pales in insignificance next to yours. How fared you in your duel with Hilsvigar? Well, the dumbass healer kept running ahead and drawing enemies in that I was not comfortable with dealing with yet. I take it from this that your battle was rather more involved than my own. Vedfalnir seemed largely concerned with how long he could keep me rolling in the dust. Between dodging snapping fangs and slashing claws, I scarce had time to aim a blow. Had he truly meant to harm me, of course, I would not be standing here now. Plainly, his intent was to teach. His onslaught forced me to recall my training about the speed of the dragon, his balance, his blind spots. It was, in short, a very thorough lesson. You goddamn things.
Ow. Let me begin by congratulating you on the completion of your trial. From one with a name more befitting a jester, you fight with the savagery of a rabid demon.
Fuck you!
Do you see how my wings are kinked? Even my palm aches. After this drubbing, I fear my loyal subjects will have to bear the load of my personal chores for quite some time. Possibly indefinitely.
Lazy fat ass.
What? When I told you about Yuihime's trial, I didn't mean for the rest of us to suffer. That's triple shifts for you, Moghan. Triple? But that's not fair. There's no justice. None at all.
So the Mughals were there for no fucking reason, then.
Our negotiations proved rather more strenuous than I had anticipated, but the results seem well worth the effort.
The battle was indeed hard won. Thank you, my friends. I would never have earned Hraesvelga's cooperation had you not seen fit to grant me yours. 'Twas your stalwart heroism that moved the heart of the Great Worm at the last. Any gratitude I can offer is but poor reward for your continued service to Ishgard.
'Twould seem our final reckoning with the dread worm is at hand. I only wish we had some inkling as to when he means to strike.
Is that enough for you?
Oh, gods.
The cry heraldeth his coming. Nidhogg's shade has taken wing.
It has begun. We must away to Ishgard.
And what happens next will be covered next week. The thoughts... I just can't right now. Sorry. Thanks for watching. Please follow if you liked. Peace be with you, and may the forces of evil be confused on the way to your home. Bye.